Hello everyone and welcome to eEURO 2021. We're back for another year. We had a bumper tournament in 2020 with eEURO 2020. So we thought we'd do it again this year. My name is Harry Channon. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are watching in the world, however you're watching. It's fantastic to have you once again for another year. Last year's tournament was fantastic, as I just said. If you are new to eFootball PES 2021 or just missed last year's tournament, don't worry. We have a handy recap video to catch you guys up to speed. Could have a chance here for Serbia, maybe to upset the eEURO. It's the first goal of the finals. Look at that ball over to the top to Immobile. He'll actually get there, and he lifts it over the keeper. And it's Pellegrini to run onto it. Zaniolo has a runner inside. It's Qualifiers. Mitrovic tackled, and well, it's bounced back here for Jovic. It's off the bar. Acrobatics. Quagliarella, look on the far side. Insigne can maybe go for goal. He's come back, double touch, and it's in. What a goal! What a goal for Italy! What a goal for Naples! Italy have just won eEURO 2020 with a fabulous goal! Well, there you have it. That was eEURO 2020 last year. Italy coming out of absolutely nowhere, shocking all of Europe. It was a fantastic tournament, and we get to do it all again this year throughout the qualification phase, the player selection phase, and then, of course, those live finals later on this summer. Again, to get you caught up, if this is your first time watching an e-competition, we have a perfect explainer video to tell you exactly how the whole process goes down. All 55 nations involved. Let's see how we get to those live finals later on in the summer.
The eEURO 2021 is a gaming tournament featuring 55 nations, battling it out on eFootball PES 2021. The tournament is split into three main phases. The first phase is the player selection phase for all national associations. Second phase is the online qualifiers, and the third phase is the finals. During the player selection phase, each one of the 55 nations finds 2 to 4 players to represent them. In phase 2 of the tournament, the online qualifiers, the nations are randomly drawn into 5 groups of 5 teams and 5 groups of 6 teams. The nations play each other in their respective groups in a round-robin format. First place in each group will qualify directly for the finals, while second-place teams will be drawn into 2 new groups of 5. The top 3 teams in each of these groups will qualify for the finals. During Phase 3, the finals, the 16 qualified nations will be placed into a set of 4 groups, where they'll play each other. The top 2 teams from each group progress onto the next round into the knockout rounds. Eventually, nations are knocked out until 2 remain, and the winning nation is finally crowned as the eEURO 2021 champions.
So that's how we get through eEURO 2021 as an e-tournament. A lot to digest there. What you need to know, the nations have already selected their players and they have basically injected themselves into the groups. Let's take a quick look at how that draw went down. Last month we drew all 55 nations into groups. You can see here groups F through J. They will play in 2 weeks' time. So if you're a fan of any of these nations waiting to see them play, come back in 2 weeks. You'll have a have a little look at how the eFootballing nations go down. But this is where the money goes today. Groups A through E is where we will be focusing our attention. You can see some really stacked groups, and we get to have a look at most of those today. Well, the good thing is I'm not alone. You don't have to listen to me by myself all evening long. I am joined by my partner in crime. It's Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza. Wez, it's great to have you back. It's been a whole year since we've been together, my friend. First of all, how are you doing? And second of all, how excited are you for this year?
I'm doing very well. It is almost like Robin being put back together with Batman, to be honest. But no, it's very, very happy to be back. Another year of eEURO action, another year of thrills, spills, red cards, free kicks, world-beating goals. It's going to be carnage, which is what we're here for. We're here to see the best of the best go toe to toe, and that's what I'm hoping and praying that we are going to see today and throughout the entire qualification. Yeah,
we saw it last year, didn't we? And it might surprise a lot of people when we speak about Italy almost being a surprise package last year, because we know in the real world of football, Italy, really strong nation. They've had international success going back years and years and years. But they kind of came out of nowhere last year, didn't they? Do you expect to see maybe another surprise nation this year, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, if you looked at the winners, obviously were Italy of the last tournament. I think Romania, were the real standout kind of Cinderella story last year, going through to the semis and getting beat out by Serbia. I can anticipate that this could be a tournament for the regular players of PES, or the household names, as you probably say, for those guys to take the four, but you're probably looking at some teams to come out of nowhere and kind of make a show of it. And I think that's what we're in line for. I think there'll be far more surprises than there will be just, all the same players win and we'll just go about the place. I think we're going to see some real shocks.
Yeah, I hope so. Before we get today's action underway, let's take a little slight look at the schedule, shall we, of exactly how today is going to pan out. We get to see some fantastic games today. Spain versus Finland is just setting up, so hopefully soon we'll be able to see that. Then we'll be able to jump into Croatia versus Turkey as our second match of the stream. Kazakhstan versus Poland. We will then jump from that game into Serbia versus Russia, Germany versus Poland, Austria versus Montenegro, and then ending out this evening's action with Sweden versus Turkey. Some really, really big games there. But first and foremost, I think it's only fair that we go to a very, very quick break, because as I said before, Spain versus Finland is very nearly ready to go, and we want to see some eFootballing action. So do not go anywhere, because starting soon is Spain versus Finland. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021. I said it would be a very short break. The players were just getting themselves situated. Harry Channon here once again with Stuart Wesley, and we are ready to kick off Spain versus Finland, the opening match, Wes, of eEURO 2021. It's been a long old road for some of these players already, and well, it's now time to put the practice down and start putting business results on paper. It's Spain attacking from left to right and a familiar face for them, and then Finland attacking the other way. We see Spain as favourites here, don't we, Wes? Strong footballing nation in the real world, and an early chance almost goes to Morata. But Finland proved last year they could certainly put some results up on the table.
Yeah, I mean, with Finland, I mean, your obvious go-to player at that point is Timo Pukki. I mean, in terms of leading the line, he's going to be the kind of guy you'd be looking to as the ball goes into Pukki. Spain, we kind of know what to expect with their players and the way that they can, you know, impress their kind of passing play onto this game. It's going to be tough for Finland, but as we said in the kind of the opener, you know, don't write off these nations just yet. I mean, with stat balancing and things like that come into play, anything can and will happen in these games. So every game you watch today will be something to keep your eye on.
We have Jose representing Spain and Raul on the ball currently for Finland. Here is that man, Timo Pukki, goes for goal. And it's pushed out for a corner. We know Jose, of course, representing Bayern München in the eFootball Pro. He and fellow Bavarian representative Miguel Mestre, part of the two-man Spanish squad this year, but we don't know too much about the Finnish representative. It's Raul. He's got himself an out-swinging corner here in the opening 7. Looks for the ball in. Oh, here's Jensen. Oh, that's an early chance. And Finland are 1-0 up. It's the first goal of the qualifying campaign so far. And it's Finland upsetting Spain in the opening 10 minutes, Wes.
Well, like we said, anything can and will happen. It's a simple set piece from Finland. It's knocking it down into the box. It's, as you can see, you can see that where they've tried to put that in. It's a simple knockdown, and you've got to get to those second balls. If you're Spain, you've got to put the pressure on that second ball. But again, credit to Finland. They've clearly worked on it, and they're a goal ahead as a result. Brilliant finish from Jensen.
Well, so dangerous, isn't it? Like you said, when you don't clear that second ball, you don't get anything definitive on it, whether it's real world or eFootball, you're always going to leave yourself susceptible. So, against the odds here early on, it's Jose who is having to battle back. Well done to Raul. An early upset then on the card, certainly. Finland looking to go one better than last year. Spain, of course, made it all the way to the semi-finals, if I'm remembering correctly. It was a long time ago now, Wes, but they would have loved to have gone one step further as well. Here he is on the ball now, is Jose with Morata. Rodrigo has time to maybe turn, but the Finnish defence just shuts the door on him. Can't turn. Now a chance maybe to turn defence into attack. Kamara. Has lots of space, no one pressuring him, has time to pick out the ball, but nothing threatening the Spanish back line. And it looks like it's going to be cleared here by Jose. Into the feet of Rodrigo, nice turn inside. We know the bag of tricks that the Spanish players have. We saw it last year. Obviously know the Palmer in the squad this year. He likes utilising skill moves to try and beat a man, but so far Jose is struggling to adapt to the 1 versus 1 gameplay. He plays 3 versus 3, of course, in the eFootball Pro. As we mentioned before, representing Bayern Munich in it. It can, Wes, can't it be a bit of a different game when you're having to control all 11 as opposed to only a few?
Yeah, I mean, you're having to rely on your own kind of your own mind and know where your players are going to be. If you've got 2 individual players that are moving off of each other, you have a difference there. But with the AI, and you're having to learn how that team works, and I don't think it's the most perfect kind of preparation. If you are kind of constantly playing 3v3, you do need to have some kind of centre in 1v1. So I think it's just one of those things where Jose's going to have to get to grips with it pretty quickly. But you know, we know the quality that he possesses, but it's whether he can break down this stubborn Finnish backline.
Morata, Rodrigo, back to him now. Chance on that far side, maybe to get a man over, excuse me. Double touch inside, looking for Morata, and oh, what's the referee given here? Oh, he's inside the box, you see the double touch there, and yeah, it's a late challenge. That's going to be a penalty to Spain. And a chance for Jose here to equalise in the 24th minute. Steps up against Raul, goes left, goes low. It's strong, it's accurate, and it's 1-1.
It was, as you pointed out, Harry, it's all about that double touch in the lead up to that goal. We did say he's going to have to find something to break it down, and it took a trick. It took a trick. We did say there's the Palmer in this squad, but like we said before, these guys will know how to pull off these tricks. And in terms of the situation, it's a perfect read, and that pressure just a little bit too much, a bit too heavy-handed from Finland, and Oyarzabal took that away for 1-1. So great job from Jose to get himself back into this game, and it gives himself a bit of a foothold now. He can they're reset back to neutral, they're back to level terms. They can just relax now and try and get back into their game. But at the moment, this is very tense. It could go either way. As an opening game, it's pretty much perfect.
We couldn't have picked a better one, could we? Spain 1, Finland 1. If you are just joining us for the first time, welcome to eEURO 2021. While we wait, of course, for the real world Euros to kick off, we get to watch the qualifying campaign. This is Group A, of course. Don't forget to keep an eye on the relevant social channels wherever you can to keep an eye on this tournament. For now, keep an eye on the gameplay, though. Here is Isco looking for Morata, just the wrong side of the defence. But you sense Jose's building a bit here. He seemed to struggle in the opening 10. We saw some good chances from Raul representing Finland, but since then haven't really thought too much about anything threatening the attack. Maybe a chance now, though, with, again, Kamara, who's finding a decent amount of space on that far side, but every time he loses it, there's a chance for Jose to counter. 30 minutes gone. Morata trying to link up with Rodrigo. You can see that's a key combination for Jose, and that's a naughty one from Fabian Ruiz as well. And that will relieve the pressure on the Finnish back line, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, you can see kind of the Finnish kind of game plan. I don't think they really expected to be 1-0 up so early on, and I think it's a case that they're now trying to basically maybe try and milk a tackle here or two, maybe take a set piece, maybe try and soak up some of the game time. But this attack from Jose is going to be relentless, so they're going to have to be careful.
Well, when you think about obviously the personnel that Spain have, such a strong squad as well. You are playing that stat balancing mode, and you still have to figure that you'd fancy Spain as the personnel. That's a bit of a bad miss, though, and look at this. Morata has a chance to make it 2-1, and he tucks it home. 36 minutes, all it took for Jose and Spain to get back into the game, and now they're in the lead. All came from a mistake, Wes, didn't it? It's one I think Raul won't fancy looking at again, but I mean, we'll see it here on the replay. He just ricochets the wrong way with his pass, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's just pressure from Jose. His player has come in and has got that ricochet. Defence kind of goes to sleep, and as it will tend to do if the ball is loose in eFootball PES 2021, that defence can sometimes go a bit lax, and as a result, you can't give players like Jose and players especially like Alvaro Morata that type of time and space. And you can see there Jose looking to basically try and take the sting out of it before half time.
Well, looking to go up the other end now with Timo Pukki. Has a chance, actually goes for goal in the end, I think. Not sure if that was a cross, but either way, David De Gea called into action. It just seems like every time Jose has the ball, he's afforded too much time and space in the midfield. One back, though, by Finland. Here is Jensen on that far side. Time maybe to just calm some things down. Isco steals the ball back, though, here for Jose. And now Morata and Rodrigo once more trying to combine. Nowhere to go, so good hold-up play. Isco. Real chance maybe for Jose to sneak something through. Good defending that time around, though, by Finland. And now Raul come forward with Jensen, but I tell you what, these challenges from Jose, strong and accurate so far. Fabian Ruiz. Morata just crowded out once again. Time for, oh, you'd think Finland to clear the ball. Finally, they'll get a chance, and now maybe a counter's on from attack to defending here for Jose. Over the top looking for Jensen, and oh no, David De Gea has given the ball away. He goes for goal, and the header clears it behind for a corner, Wes. That one could have been so dangerous.
It could have been, and the danger's not gone.
Oh my goodness, David De Gea has gone walkabouts. Kamara is going for goal. Oh, David De Gea is having a funny 5 minutes before the half. 2-1 in our first half of qualifying action here, Spain versus Finland. Wes, what happened in the last 20 minutes of that half? That was crazy.
It's all of a sudden gone all the way through it.
Oh, Jensen, it's a chance here, maybe, and that's actually going to bounce back. Is he going to get a chance? No. Oh my word, cleared just about by Jose. Raul is growing back into the game since the early lead. And De Gea has been very suspect at the back so far by Jose.
Well, before I could even get my analysis out, it's a corner. It's been a frightening couple of minutes for David De Gea as looks to try and command his box again, but this is a very vulnerable time if you're Spain and you're Jose. You got to be careful.
Arajuri here for Raul. Again, just looking to try and squeeze it into the feet of Timo Pukki. Nothing doing though, but this is a much stronger start to the half. You can see in the top right, pause queued up by Jose. He wants to change some tactics. The outlet is to Isco, and now, well, he's given the ball away. Raul is very much enjoying the second half so far. Can't think of a single time that Jose has been able to settle on possession. Here is Rodrigo with a bit of space and time to do that. Fabian Ruiz. Ball will squeeze out to Morata on that far side. First game of the group stages for both of these nations. We play two legs of pairs as Jose is battling here to try and get the ball back. And well, it's an aggregate score across the two legs, so we'll have another game following this one. We'll keep you, of course, informed of the aggregate score as we go along. As it stands, though, in this first leg, Spain 2, Finland 1. And impressed with what I've seen so far in this second half out of Raul, Wes. He's not let the big name on the other side try and intimidate him too much. He's been playing some pretty free-flowing football in this second half.
Yeah, it's very much been respect but no fear from Finland, which is what you want to see. You want to see kind of players, yep, we'll respect the fact that there's a very, very good set of players on the other side, but there's no fear from this Finnish side at the moment. And got to be careful, though. They've got to keep that back door closed.
Oh, that one looked very questionable indeed. Oh, I think Jose will be annoyed the referee's not giving him anything there. Looked like definite contact, but well, here come the changes then. Fabian Ruiz, who's been very instrumental, he's taken off. Alcacer is introduced also. And Timo Pukki taken off here for Finland as well. Jensen, here is Scrab, left-footed strike, and oh, it's just past the post. Look, destined to nestle in the back of the net when he was afforded the time and space, Wes, but just drags it wide.
I think half the ground thought that was in. Even I did from my seated position, but really good play, and now is the time for those substitutions. Your players will get tired enough that you will start to feel the difference. So the fact that both teams have gone to play or make their substitutions at this point, it's pretty telling. They both know how this game kind of works. As you can see, Finland trying to build something again, but they have got fresh legs in the right areas. Saul's come on, Paco Alcacer's come on. There's players in the right avenues for these guys to cause real damage to the other one. But if Finland can keep this within a goal, or dare I say even pinch an equaliser, be very, very good for them as an opening game. And as for us as neutrals in this, I think it would be a fantastic kind of testament to the playoffs as it stands.
Maybe a chance then for Finland to attack. They have 4 men forward to try and find. That's a really nice ball, actually. Here is Scrab. Raul has a real chance here. That's a nice turn. Jensen might have a chance, but Hermoso is there for Jose. Now he can bring the ball out. There's no Finnish men coming towards him here, so he has A bit of room to gallop into. Good patience here shown by Jose, and well, still no one's been able to put a tackle on the ball. That's going to find the man over for Jose. Here is Rodrigo. Oh, hits the side netting. That's another one, Wes, I think that people in the crowd thought that one was in.
It was good build-up play in the first instance to get that ball to Isco, and then to kind of almost 2 or 3 touches get it out to Saul, who found that through ball to Rodrigo. That's the avenue that Jose is looking to, because those players are relatively fresh. Saul's through ball. Rodrigo is looking very tired, but he's done a lot of running in this game plan. So you can see where it's trying to come through, as it looks like it's going to go through again, but it's been pulled back, I believe.
Oh, Morata. Yep, it has been pulled back. You're right, Wes. Just looked like there was an advantage to be played, but the referees had absolutely none of it. Of course, it's worth remembering, it's a marathon, not a sprint in these group stage matches. You do play 2 legs, as we said before. The aggregate score is what will define the points you get. Here is Morata. Goes for the left-footed strike. It's blocked by the Finnish defence and eventually cleared, but only as far as Saul. On the far side, again, not a strong challenge coming into him. Alcacer, nice turn, left-footed strike. Right out the Finnish keeper though, only 10 in-game minutes to go. What do you do here, Wes, if you're Finland? Do you go for it, try and get that equaliser, or are you happy with being within 1 goal going into the second leg?
I think I'd be happy trying to go and just keep it at 1 goal and give your partner the best opportunity. I mean, if an opportunity arises that you can put the ball in the back of the net, I don't think Finland will turn around and say no. But at the same time, I'd rather try and give your opportunity to your partner, or to you if you're coming into the second game. Give yourself as much a chance as possible to get a positive result here. As you can see, Jose's going defensive as well on his game plan. Not long left in the game as well. It's probably the smartest decision.
So approaching the 85th minute of the match. Corner to Finland. Looking for Arajuri on that far end of the box. We'll come back to Raul here, but Jose is doing well actually defending, but it's bounced back here for Raul. Maybe another chance to give chase, and well, the referee, well, it looked like it might have come off a Spanish man last, but nope, he's called it well, the ref, and it'll be a goal kick and some pressure released here for Jose. Just keep ball at this point. Or does he maybe go for even more goals? Here's Saul. Alcacer. Thiago, Morata, he could hit this maybe. Well, it will be a Spanish corner, potentially one of the last of the games. In swinger, second corner to follow. You can see that 5-2, the corner count actually in Finland's favour. Well, it's about to be 5-3. As we just go back and forth with corners. That man coming across the front post is obviously trying to deny that flat corner, and it'll be a 4th corner now in a row here for Spain. Will we ever find the right delivery? Schuler comes across once again to cover the near post. Swung in, looking for Ramos. He was in a dangerous area there. But it will, in the end, trickle out very uneventfully for a finished throw in their own half. The referee's assistant says 4 minutes to be added on. That's a poor ball though. Alcacer now has a burst of pace about him, but it's the pass that finds Thiago that might just prove the end here for Finland. Lovely ball inside to Alcacer. Great save in the dying embers. That could have been easily 3-1 to Spain. I think Finland will be quite happy based on how the last few chances have fallen for Spain in that first leg, Wes, that they only go in a goal down into the second leg. A really intriguing affair, wasn't it? Jose had his chances, but so did Raul on the other side.
Yeah, and there'll be food for thought for Spain there as well, because it's not, like we said, you're not expecting these nations to come out of the gates and try and take you on at your own game, and Finland were very much a match there. Had it not been for a tiny bit of pressure and one small mistake, that would have been a 1-1 going into the second game. So I think Finland have got plenty to build on, and certainly Spain have got some work to do, even though they have come out of it on the winning side.
So, work to do then, maybe on both sides. We'll take a very quick break, and when we get back, we will jump into the second leg between Finland and Spain. Well, apologies for the delay. Welcome back. We're ready to jump into the second game of Spain versus Finland. The first leg finished 2-1. Harry Channon here alongside Stuart Wesley, and we are ready to go into the game. Second leg here, Wes. You're 2-1 down if you're Finland. We obviously have two new sets of players. Miguel Mestre representing Finland and Grilsmak, for Spain, and Grilsmak for Finland. What's the game plan here if you're Finland? You know you're trailing, you know you need to get a goal somewhere. Do you go for it as they're trying to here early on? I'll come back, but it rolls out of play. What's the game plan here?
I think for me, I tend to sum it up as controlled aggression, in the sense of you don't want to be too far on the front foot that you leave yourself exposed in defence, but you want to be able to put some type of pressure on, because players like Mestre, players like Jose, Spain as a general footballing nation, they like to keep possession of the ball. They like to grind you down to that point. So it's essentially get the ball, do some damage, and then try and kind of, I hate to say use the expression, but park the bus. Get yourself a result out of this, because these kind of games, obviously they don't come back to you, and you've got to make the most of them where you can.
You're right about that. Here is Jensen, some early aggression shown by Finland, and there's a chance maybe for Grilsmak. His second year representing the Finns. He's back once again here for eEURO 2021. You're right in saying it, these games don't come back to you. You do get a second bite of the cherry in 4 weeks' time, if I remember correctly. You play home and away, so you'll play the exact same opponent again, but you don't necessarily get to have another chance at the points. Spain with Mestre, as we said before in the first leg, represents Bayern Munich in the eFootball Pro. They're struggling to get results to go their way in that competition. Here's Alvaro Morata, though. It's a good block, actually, by one of Grilsmak's defenders. Not too sure he knew exactly what hit him there, but he did enough to take the sting off the shot, Wes.
Yeah, and you can see that Mestre just trying to find his way through kind of the gaps in that defence, but again, Finland are coming back the other way.
Yeah, Shula into Pukki, looking for the striker, but it's bounced off Busquets. He's able to loop it up the pitch, and well, it's going to bounce right back into the Finnish midfield. Kamara is one player I think Finland are going to try and utilise a lot on that far side. Timo Pukki has a lot of space and separation as well from the defence. Shula looking for a player in the middle. David De Gea called into action, and well, it's promising from Grilsmak, it's promising from Finland, but I mean, 20 minutes in, we're still looking at 2-1 to Spain on an aggregate score.
Yeah, but you can see that the cogs are starting to turn for Spain as well.
Yeah, Morata here trying to get in behind. Arajuri's giving chase, and that's a tremendous finish. Really nice to put Spain 3-1 up on aggregate. It had the power, it had the placement, and poor Grilsmak just could not keep up. How's about this one, Wes? What a finish.
Yeah, it's a superb finish. You could see from that replay that Finnish defence, it had gone 3-on-3. Morata's just got to step, or he's going to step past his defender. And it's a bit of bravery to take that shot on as well. It's not an easy finish by any stretch, regardless of who you're in control of or who you're playing against. That type of angle, and to find the top corner from there, I think the keeper will be slightly disappointed, but Mestre won't care, and neither will Spain as they go 1-0 up in this leg.
I was going to ask, Grilsmak is a bit disappointed with his keeper there, isn't he? He's beaten at his near post.
Yeah, as a goalkeeper, you never want to be beaten at your near post, and I'm sure he'll be less than happy with how that goal's gone in. But again, he's got to recover himself mentally now and kind of get back into, okay, well, now I need 2 goals to get to a draw. Now I need 3 for a win. He needs to get himself back onto some type of sure footing.
Yeah, if you missed the first leg, it did end 2-1 to Spain. Pukki has a chance maybe to slide in his compatriot, but instead it's a potential counter here for Mestre. Morata is dispossessed by Arajuri. Grilsmak needs to start just showing Mestre that he is in for a bit of a contest here. It's tried to play inside to Jensen that has been cut out, and well, it just seems like Spain coming forward always have the bodies in their favour. Morata with time and space. Arajuri's coming late, and the referee's going to pull this one back. It was a sloppy challenge. Where's just mistimed, wasn't it?
Yeah, you could see though the body feints from Matchday there, just to try and give himself that tiny bit of an edge to get a pass through that defence, but you know, got caught by a Finnish defender, and you know, he wasn't able to do much on the free kick either. So I think he'd be slightly disappointed there.
Yeah, a bit of a waste. Rodrigo though can maybe make up for the mistake. Morata back to Rodrigo, but Lam has the pace. And the keeper will clear. 37 minutes approaching. Gone in this second leg. As it stands, it is Spain 3, Finland 1. Again, if you are joining us for the first time, welcome to eEURO 2021, the electronic tournament, so to speak, of the counterpart of the real world tournament. Here is Morata looking for Rodrigo. That's been good link-up play. And unfortunately, it comes to nothing. Sergio Ramos trying to clear up at the back. Does so well. It's a risky ball to De Gea. High press here from Finland. Spain play around it though. Well played by Matchday. Isco. Morata. Rodrigo. Oh, that's a cut inside. And oh, I don't know whether or not that was needed there, Wes. Maybe he takes it on his right foot as he scored with his first. We're into half time now, but was that cut inside really necessary?
I think you could have pulled the trigger and took that shot on, but we know that Matchday is full of confidence in terms of the way that he's playing at the moment. He's got a goal ahead. He's in control of the game. He's very much in the box seat at the moment. He's defending rather well as well, so it's very much comfortable. So I think even if he was trying that cut inside, I think that's just a sign of confidence more than anything else.
So to start the second half of this second leg, we have a Finnish corner. It'll be an outswinger. David De Gea comes to punch, and he's going to get a second bite of the cherry to cross this one in. Arajuri's the target, but well defended by Matchday. And it's as we said at the top of the show, where Spain have so many aspirations in this tournament after falling short last year. They'd love to go one further. Here is Rodrigo though for Matchday. We'll come back to Rodri. Isco now has three men in front of him to try and find. Morata is one of them. He's battling, but well, we'll come back to Isco. Morata, real chance for a shot, cut inside, and oh, good manual keep in there. It will be a Spain corner, but well done by Grillsback, because that could have been 4-1 and game, set and match.
Yeah, it was a great save. It was a good move from Matchday as well, and like we said, a player who's full of confidence, and I know we alluded to kind of at the top of the show, I think they'll be very happy with their performance. Both, obviously, they're both represented by Munich at club level. I think they'll be looking at this as a little bit of a holiday.
In swinger to come. Oh, and it's gone straight in. Who is it that's finished this one? It's Sergio Ramos to make it 4-1 to Spain. The captain nods it home. I thought it went straight in from the corner, but it was in fact Sergio Ramos. I think he beat two men at the front post. Either that or the two men missed it. We'll see it again in a second, Wes, but that surely now is the result to Spain.
Yeah, I cannot see any way back there, but you can see there it's two it looks like it's two defenders. I'm just looking at it again. It looks like it's two defenders that have missed it at the front post. Ramos has got the faintest of flicks, and it looks like it's ricocheted off the goalkeeper, but you know, Sergio Ramos at corners, it's like having a bulldozer that's just going to go flying through. You've got to be prepared for that, but I think it's pretty much curtains for Finland in this game, and they'll have to repair and go again in their next game.
Well, it was always a tall ask, wasn't it, to go up against Spain in your first group, in the first game of group play here in the qualifiers. It is now 4-1 to Spain on aggregate. Of course, you have to remember goal difference at the end of group play comes into a factor as well, so you want to try and keep this as less of a beating as possible. Finland, if they can snatch a goal back in, well, the next 5-10 in-game minutes, you give yourself a fighting chance. But the question is, Wes, have we seen enough out of Grillsback so far? He started the second half well, but he's coming forward now. Here is Jensen. Holds off well. Oh, just sat up on the volley. Pause cued by Matchday, but the shot in the end very tame, and now maybe a chance for a Spain counter. Isco, lovely one-touch passing here. Morata has a chance once again. Oh, just nutmegs his man. Referee plays a good advantage. Morata is dispossessed, and well, that's a cynical one. This one will be a finished free kick, I believe. Or will it? Actually, I think it's a Spain free kick, is it? Nope. It has gone to Finland. Bit of confusion there on the replay, but all that matters is Finland have the ball.
I think looking at the way that the Grillsmack set out here, I think a bit disappointed. But if you are a Finnish fan at the moment, you kind of hopefully got one of the most difficult games out of the way.
Yeah, Alcacer, look at this, Morata in behind. Manual goalkeeping, oh, he's gone the wrong way. Morata makes it 5. And Spain are flying in the first match of the group stages here in Group A. Lovely one-touch passing again, finds Morata, and well, you could see Wes, didn't he, that the manual goalkeeping from Grillsmack just guessed the wrong way.
Yeah, and you can see that it's the build-up play as well, that the way that Spain are set up, it's perfectly kind of matching this Finnish defence. It's 3-on-3 at all times, so if you're able to spin away from a defender, you're left with 3-on-2, and you know, if you're getting the right runs at the right times, it's going to be getting yourselves a lot of chances. And with players like Morata, players like Rodrigo, Oyarzabal, those kinds of individuals at the top end of the field, you're going to be in for loads of goals. And as we can see, they are trying to plough forward again.
Yeah, Rodri brings the ball forward. Here is Morata. Alcacer just feints, tries to take it past his man, but good defending in the end by Finland. I suppose the question is, now that the result is surely certain, I mean 5-1 on aggregate, difficult to come back against if you're Finland. How many does Spain get, I suppose, at this moment in time? Because Grillsmack, he had his chances in the half, but it seems to be one-way traffic currently, and again, you're probably looking forwards rather than backwards at the moment if you're Finland. Rodrigo tries to go forwards with it, but well, it will actually come through to Morata. Good hold-up play here from Matchday. Tackled though by Grillsmack, and he can come forwards.
You can see Grillsmack just trying to get something out of the game, just to kind of give himself some personal confidence. I think, like I said, I think if you're looking at their kind of fixture list, I think you're looking at Spain as probably the most difficult fixture. If you can get this one out of the way as quickly as possible without doing too much damage to your goal difference, you could maybe look at getting some points further down the line, but at the moment it's all Spain at the moment.
Yeah, we're looking at Finland as again one of those nations that have been drawn a very tough group as the ball comes forward maybe to Alcacer, but it will just be too strong for him. I feel like defensively, 3-0 in this second leg. Grillsmack's defended okay. He's just been split apart by some of the personnel and the tactics that Matchday has employed here. He has a chance maybe to come forwards though. Here is Jensen in behind. One to find in the middle, and oh, it's gone wide. So close. It's a tricky one, Wes. He's off balance, but that one could have clawed a goal back, and from then on, who knows?
Yeah, you can see pressure on him from the back in terms of a defender. Always sliding on the floor, always a difficult shot to pull off in eFootball, Pez. But you know, like we said, I think the game is pretty much gone now. They're just looking for just some type of kind of personal kind of confidence out at the back end of it at the moment. But they've not been without their plus points, Finland. So they do have some things to take away. I think it's just the fact that they have run into a very good Spain side. I think that's kind of where it is at this point in time.
Yeah, we fully expect Spain to be at the finals later on this year and graduating out of Group A. It is a very tough group for everyone involved, but Alcacer has a chance here maybe to make it 4-0 in the second leg. Rodrigo is giving chase as well, but too many Finnish bodies there in their own box. Busquets. That's a cynical one maybe, just to stop a counter-attack from Matchday. I mean, he can afford to at this point, can't he? 5-1 on aggregate. Even if he gets a man sent off at this point. It's only a yellow, but I think it probably won't make too much of a difference of the overall result. 3 minutes to be added on. before we make this one official in our first game of eEURO 2021. Can Spain get another one? Morata holding his man off. Thiago. Oh, cuts inside really well. Blocked by the Finnish defence again. They've been resolute at the back despite the scoreline. But in the second leg, it's Spain 3, Finland 0, which makes it on aggregate a 5-1 win for the Spaniards very quickly, Wes, because we have so many games to get through today. That was very impressive, wasn't it, from Jose and Matchday?
Yeah, I mean, they had a very early scare in game one, but game two, they very much ran away with it. And, you know, those early nerves, Spain will be very happy with that going into their next games today. They'll be very happy with that. Finland just got to get on the rebuild and kind of shake it off and go again.
Yeah, plenty of games for both of them to come, as well as for us here on the stream. Thanks for watching wherever you are. When we come back, we will have Croatia taking on Turkey. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021. I said it would be a very quick break because we have so many games to get through today. Croatia versus Turkey is our next one. We jump into Group C, Wes, and well, we're already ready to go. Croatia and Turkey, very, very strong eFootballing nations. They both had success last year, and this year probably is going to be no different, is it? As we see Croatia attacking from left to right and Turkey going the other way. We have some familiar names. Zaprasic, of course, last year played really, really well, didn't he, for Croatia? And of course, Mujahid, who is the captain, if I remember correctly, of Galatasaray in the eFootball Pro. So two very strong players here to kick off our second game.
Yeah, Zaprasic's performances in the qualifying group was very notable last year, or Croatia's performances just as a whole, really. But Zaprasic really put the pressure on a lot of very good teams. I think there's notable games against Portugal last year that there were some very, very good games, and I expect no different here. Same with Mujahid as well. Well known within the PES community, well known, you know, in terms of esports, as you said, captain of Galatasaray, and we'll probably know this Turkish team like the back of his hand. It's just a case of who's going to perform better on the day.
Yeah, Turkey again, one of those nations we expect to maybe be at the finals. As Perisic just has his shot blocked, so an early corner here for Croatia. Speaking of the Croatian opponents, Mujahid in this instance, one of the best or highly ranked defenders halfway through the season in the entire eFootball Pro. So maybe we'll see a very stubborn Turkish defence here for Zaprasic to try and break down. Corner to Lovren. Cleared away though. Luka Modric on this near side can cross it in, and well, Petkovic had a chance, but it's stolen away here by Mujahid, and well, thought he might have a chance to break, but Luka Modric might just find Perisic. But a very scrappy opening 12 minutes. There's obviously pressure on the Turkish defence as Petkovic Plays it into Perisic. There's a chance here for Orsic. Oh, early goal. Just before the 13th minute ticks over. Zaprasic finds his goal. And it's a mountain to climb now for Mujahid. Well, not quite a mountain, but if he keeps defending this way, it might just get that way, Wes. What a goal.
Yeah, it's brilliant play to get that ball into Orsic. You can see two very stylish looking back heels, but it's that quick release. It's that one touch and a hit. And, pardon the pun, Mujahid was not ready for that at all. And, credit to Croatia. They've got out of the blocks early. They're very much following their own little script where, we expect that from Croatia. We saw it a lot last year, getting out of the blocks early, putting pressure on teams, and this looks like it's going to be no different.
Ball turned over from the kickoff, and yeah, the high press here from Croatia really playing into their own hands. Ivan Perisic being shepherded by two of the Turkish defence. It's won well in the end. Now it's time for maybe Mujahid to show us what he's made of. Yilmaz. That's Çalhanoğlu here just outside the box. Good interplay. The referee's played advantage. Oh, it's almost a chance. And it's just ricocheting around everywhere. Can't quite find the killer pass. Mujahid, he's unlucky there. But maybe a counter here from Croatia. Zaprasic has bodies forward. Perisic has been instrumental so far, as he was last year, of course. Petkovic can't squeeze the ball through, and Mujahid will take it away. Çalhanoğlu. Mujahid just seems to be pressured very early whenever he gets the ball in and around the box here. You can see Zaprasic willing to bring his defence out. The cross does come in though, and it's defended well. This one will be out for a goal kick, actually. Unfortunate rebound there. But good defending overall, wasn't it, from Zaprasic?
Yeah, I mean, looking at Croatia, they're very much setting their stall out exactly as you'd expect. Stubborn at the back, physical up top. They seem to kind of have that kind of inner kind of mentality that really will lend itself to these kind of really tough games, that they just seem to just go about the business the way that they want to. You can see the likes of Vida, you can see the likes of Lovren, like we said, Petkovic, who was so instrumental last year. They still have Luka Modric within that team. It's, they have weapons to use around the pitch. It's really great to see.
We almost saw a second goal there for Croatia, but instead it's Turkey coming the other way. Çalhanoğlu tackled, well, fairly as judged by the referee. He's actually played an advantage the other way, so chance now for Luka Modric. Orsic has a chance, maybe, covered well at the near post by the keeper. It'll be a corner, Wes.
Yeah, it was a good little through ball there from Luka Modric, and again, that pace of Orsic is gonna, it kind of adds that new dimension to Croatia. A lot of it last year was target man-esque gameplay in the sense of get it onto Petkovic, get the knockdowns onto Perisic, and instead they've now got Orsic added into the mix as well. They've got a lot of good weapons around this field.
Well, the corner comes to nothing. On the header did Zaprasic. 37 minutes gone. We're approaching half-time, and you sense that Zaprasic will be the much happier of the two. Here is Petkovic now. Ivan Perisic cuts inside, but his touch just evades him. Very unfortunate indeed. He's building though, is Zaprasic. You can sense it here. Great tackle, strong from Mujahid. Looking for Hakan Çalhanoğlu. But again, it's the high press from Croatia and Zaprasic that currently Mujahid is struggling to deal with. And again, it'll be one of those translational things, where these players have been playing in the eFootball Pro League 3 versus 3. It's a completely different kettle of fish when you try and translate that into 1 versus 1 gameplay. Here is Vlasic, and he's tackled well by Mujahid as well. There's only 1 minute added on, so a chance maybe for a final attack of the half. Instead, the referee blows up, and it will be the second half getting underway shortly. So the side swap. Turkey now attacking from left to right, and here is Mujahid with a chance maybe to build something, but again it's Zaprasic closing the door. Ivan Perisic on defensive duties now. Dealt with well at first by Zaprasic, but again the pressure has been good by Turkey, but wasteful there though. Here is Ivan Perisic. Down to Luka Modric, as we just wonder, Wes, don't we, where the goal is going to come from here from Turkey, because I can't really think of too many clear-cut chances they've had so far. I mean, 55 minutes gone almost.
Yeah, I mean, their main target was Yilmaz, but looks like Croatia are trying to push.
Yeah, Petkovic with a chance. Oh, it's come back to him. And we were wondering where the goal would come for Turkey. And it's Croatia who double their lead here in the first leg. Second goal for Zaprasic. And that gives him now, Wes, a bit of a cushion to work with.
Yeah, it certainly does, and it's intelligent gameplay from Zaprasic as well. When that pass goes back to the midfielder, I think it was Balej who played the ball through, there's 2 options on, and you have to make a choice as a player. You have to pick one or the other, and unfortunately, Mujahid picks the wrong one and leaves Petkovic all alone, and makes it 2-0 to Croatia, and realistically they are in the box seat with a touch over half an hour left in game.
In the box seat indeed, and the Galatasaray captain Mujahid, 21, finds himself 2-0 down in their first game of the qualifying phase for eEURO 2021. So Yonchu with a really nice tackle there for Mujahid. If you are just joining us, welcome aboard wherever you are watching us in the world. Thanks for spending your Monday watching eEURO 2021 qualification. Ivan Perisic for Zaprasic to maybe try and spring a counter. There are plenty of Turkish bodies back, and well, it will come to Vlasic here. Just a little rushed in that attack though, and the attack actually will fizzle out for Croatia. Çalhanoğlu. Ball is wayward, and you just sense that Mujahid's passing hasn't been as sharp and as accurate as maybe it should be. At this stage of the competition, no doubt that will improve. Here is Petkovic, shepherded well by Soyuncu. The outlet currently just not there for Turkey. Vlasic into Modric, who tries to turn. Yilmaz, and oh, so close to feeding the striker there. It's been a very scrappy last 10 or so in-game minutes since the second goal. Here's the captain Modric for Zaprasic. Mujahid can come forward though. Çalhanoğlu looking for Yilmaz. Dealt with very comfortably and calmly though, Wes, by Zaprasic, and he's been very impressive in this performance, hasn't he? Hasn't really had too much to worry about from Mujahid whatsoever.
It's felt very much like Groundhog Day watching Zaprasic play. It's very controlled in his method of getting forward, very controlled in his methods of defence as well. So I think Croatia fans will be very, very happy with his performance, and Zaprasic very much setting his teammate up potentially for a bit of an easy second leg here.
Ivan Perisic has a chance maybe to conjure something up, but Soyuncu again has been a real key defender at the back here for Turkey. It's not the first time he's had to intervene. Unal look to try and feed Yilmaz, but just doesn't seem to be that final cutting edge pass in the final third for Mujahid. Long ball looking for Orsic, but headed well. Thought for a moment maybe the keeper might miss it, but he's dealt with his defensive duties fairly well, Mujahid, but it's just in that final third where he can't seem to find the likes of Yilmaz and Çalhanoğlu where they are often found on the pitch.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see there's kind of the differences in personnel that these teams are employing. Like we said, the introduction of Orsic into this Croatia team has certainly kind of given Zaprasic some food for thought in terms of how to attack, and Turkey have got to find their rhythm somewhere.
They certainly do. Second leg to come. We will be right back after a very, very short break with the second leg of Croatia versus Turkey. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021 qualifying action. Croatia versus Turkey, the second leg, ready to go. Croatia enter the second leg with a 2-0 aggregate lead. Turkey swapped out personnel, as have Croatia. We see Spora coming in for Croatia and Godless Turtles in for Turkey, his second year, and also the second year of my co-commentator, Weza. Welcome back, my friend. Second leg here, Croatia versus Turkey. It's a big mountain to climb, isn't it, for Godless Turtles? 2-0 on aggregate. It's hard to overturn, but certainly not impossible.
It isn't an impossible task, but as we've seen, over the course of at least the first game between Spain and Finland, the team with the victory in the first leg, it seems to almost have a psychological effect on the second one. And this game looks like it's taken off like a train to begin with. Both are flying forward in numbers.
Oh, Unal with the goal for Turkey. Perfect start to the game for them. 2-0 down on aggregate they entered. It's now just 2-1. That sets us up for a very interesting second leg here as Godless Turtles gets his goal.
Yeah, I mean, it's brilliant play. Brilliant play to get himself into that position. And like we said, it was quite open in that opening exchange. You can see their arm up in the middle, number 10, but you can see there Unal just tucking it away into the opposite corner, putting it in the far corner away from the goalkeeper's reach. Wasn't really sort of chance. And it's that man Yilmaz, who we didn't see in the first game, or at least we didn't see a lot of, that really gave Turkey that inroad. And all of a sudden now, early goal, and it's game on here.
Game on indeed. 2-1 aggregate score, Croatia versus Turkey. And Croatia look to try and instantly respond as Petkovic is in again. He's in so many dangerous areas constantly for Croatia. Such a tricky man to keep tabs on. And it's good work again, the 1-2. The keeper gets a very, very vital touch, Wes, and it will be a corner.
It's that left boot of the goalkeeper that kept Croatia out momentarily, but the corner comes in from Modric. It's cleared away, but you can see now that if you are Spora, you've got a decision to make. Do you go and try and reclaim your lead, or do you sit back? And I'm not sure if I'd want to sit back against the likes of Turkey. They're a very difficult and, dare I say, stubborn nation. They will not go quietly into the night, as they say. As you can see there an offside call, so you can see there Godless trying to turn the screw, but it's just a little bit too fast for his own team there.
Of course, this is the second leg, Croatia versus Turkey. Those waiting to see Kazakhstan versus Poland, don't worry, that's coming up following this match. We've had a few delays here on the stream, but we're going to try and show as much eFootball PES 2021 action as we can here in the qualifying stages of eEURO 2021. Right now, though, Croatia with a 2-1 aggregate lead. Defensively, so far, Godless Turtles has done what he's needed to. A little bit shaky here, though, as Vlasic tries to give chase. Yilmaz back to Çalhanoğlu. Into Yilmaz, who now the goal scorer. Oh, it's off the bar. So close for the equaliser. Not dealt with just yet. 1-2. Looking for the cross. It will come back to Çalhanoğlu. And Toroc, well, he's given the ball away, and it's actually going to turn into a Croatia counter-attack. There's bodies pouring forward. Barisic. Ball is just asking too much there of the winger. And it will settle down, but whoa, I think the crossbar is still shaking, Wes.
Yeah, I think Spora will be thanking his lucky stars that that woodwork was there. I think we saw the grounds were putting an extra lick of whitewash on that before the game, so I think he'd be very grateful. But again, just goes to show the attacking ability that is there for Turkey, and it's just a case of whether Godless Turtles can crack the code of that Croatia defence one more time.
25 minutes gone then. It's been, well, I don't want to say mostly one-way traffic, but fairly even so far. Unal looking for Çalhanoğlu, who's just gone too soon. That's really tight indeed, but it's the right decision. We have seen a few chances from Croatia up the other end. Still need to keep tabs on the likes of Petkovic, who wins the header, but the ball turns over, and now a chance for Godless Turtles, who, remember, he is chasing this equaliser. Unal has already got one in this game, but the defender does enough just to put him off, and, well, Spora is surviving for now. Petkovic receives the ball very deep indeed, and Perisic down this near side. It's been a revelation for Croatia, but as has the defending. Godless Turtles comes in and puts to bed any ideas of maybe an attack on that right-hand side, but Petkovic has won the ball and Vlasic is arriving. Oh, it's off the post and in. The 2-goal cushion restored. It's now 3-1 to Croatia on aggregate. And it's back to square one here for Turkey. Well, it all stemmed from Turkey giving the ball away, didn't it, Wes?
Yeah, it can sometimes, with eFootball pairs, it can be a game of mistakes, and it's a lax giveaway from Turkey. God, the Turtles will be very annoyed there, but again, it's the presence of mind from Spora to find the right pass, find the right move, and find the right shot. And again, you know, down one end, he was saved by a piece of woodwork, and down the other, he's been certainly put back into a driver's seat here thanks to a piece of woodwork. It's good play from Spora. He's just got to be careful now of the potential onslaught that could come from Turkey. But again, he's very much in a calm. Well, he's gone about his business in a very calm way, and I think he'll continue to do so. And it will be a case of if this game opens up for Croatia.
A chance for it to do just that. Petkovic has found his way in behind again. Soyuncu with the block, and it's just turned off that top left-hand corner of the frame of the goal. Wes, that was very close.
I was going to say, they're going to have to check for magnets in the ball at this point, the amount of post hits we've had. But it looked deflected, and it is a corner for Croatia. It's going to be Modric look to deliver it in as well.
In swinger, looking for Petkovic at the far post, and actually gets a free header, and Vlasic has a chance, and Petkovic, somehow doesn't score. I mean, it all stems, Wes, from winning that header at the back post. It's too easy, way too easy here for Croatia. A double save by the Turkish number one. It will be yet another corner, more turmoil at the back perhaps. Petkovic the target again, he wins the header, and that's almost a carbon copy. Godless Turtles can bring the ball away now for Turkey, but that was very scary indeed, wasn't it? That Petkovic on corners is going to be one to look out for, I think.
Well, he was very potent in last year's tournament with Croatia, or in the qualifying stages at the very least. He was very, very good there, and it just seems like Croatia have kind of honed that tactic a little bit more to get the best use out of him, as Vlasic has made his way into the box.
Yeah, Petkovic arriving as well. That's lovely. That's more like it. Right on the stroke of half-time as well, to make it 4-1 on aggregate to Croatia. The presence of mind, Wes, was really well done. The vision to pick out the pass and sneak it in. The finish obviously does the rest, but really well-worked goal by Croatia and Spora.
Yeah, you can see Turkish defence are all thinking about, okay, well, we'll cover the player that's in the middle of the box there. And I mean, he's got two men over there, let alone Petkovic. He's got another one at the back post. He could play an extra pass, probably put out a deck chair and still put it in the back of the net. But brilliant play from Spora. And you know, again, very much is Croatia's advantage now to kind of really press home here. It's going to be another half of football yet, but looking at the aggregate score, it doesn't look favourable for Turkey.
Yilmaz maybe can get one back, scooped up towards Unal. But I think this one will end 2-1 to Croatia going into that second half. Reminder, we still have so many more games to come here. Thank you for watching eEURO 2021. Following this, we'll see Kazakhstan taking on Poland in another really intriguing affair. But for now, though, Turkey have to try and claw back from a 3-goal deficit on aggregate. 2-0 the first leg ended. 2-1 to Croatia now, and they'll look for more, no doubt. Here is Yilmaz. That's a lovely ball all the way through to Unal. Dejan Lovren, though, able to clear it. Well, Çalhanoğlu's gone for some spectacular shots. Be surprised if that one had any real conviction on it. I mean, it's a difficult technique to do in the real world, let alone the virtual pitch. Here he is on the ball once again, but solid pressure coming in from Spora. You can tell. I don't believe he was on the Croatian national lineup last year, Wes. I know Zaprasic was, but he looks very, very much at home here on the national stage.
very much a duck to water at this point. He looks like he's, again, it's very much like we said, these newer players that are coming in to represent their countries. Like we've said before, and like we said in the Spain-Finland game, it's respect, but it's not fear. They seem to come in with no kind of backstory, I suppose, to playing other players around them. So it's both a blessing and a bit of a curse. You know, if you are a debutant for your country, there may be a bit of a, well, I'm representing my country. Whereas if you've been here before, you might be like, well, actually, my country are expecting a lot more from me. And I think Spora at the moment, very much just happy to just slot in and has really kind of complimented the performance from Saprasic in the first game as well. So, you know, kudos to him for his performance so far.
Yeah, Croatia looking very, very strong this year once again. Modric will win this one in the middle. It's played back to him here. Chance for Spora maybe to get himself a third. Petkovic to Vlasic. Goes for goal. Oh, great save. Vlasic will give chase, so this one not done yet for Spora. Lovely back heel to Luka Modric. Looking for Perisic in the middle. Vlasic fires it across goal. Dealt with well. This is a good period of sustained pressure though, and he just takes it too far out of play. More changes to come here, Wes, as the players make substitutes, and it's no surprise to see Perisic, the workhorse, taken off there for Croatia. Here's the new man, Rebic. He's been an impact substitute. He certainly was in last year's tournament. Can pull it perhaps back across goal here. Orsic. Vlasic! Good save. Pretty tame effort in the end, but Spora is just building. Another waste really for Godless Turtles. He hasn't shown up to this second half as much as he would have liked. What a ball this is to Orsic. The keeper's not come to it. He's through 1-on-1 and it's 3. Game, set, surely match. 5-1 on aggregate it is now. And Spora, well, you can't say he hasn't deserved it, Wes.
No, very much deserving of the lead and potentially the victory. And you've heard myself probably say this on numerous occasions when calling some games like this. If you're a nation where you have players and weapons that are, you know, speedsters, for lack of a better term, and you can see that pinpoint precision from a beautiful ball from Luka Modric, but you have Orsic who has got pace to burn and he's fresh off the bench. The same with Ante Rebic as well. You can see that where that game plan is coming in, and Spora very much kind of leaning towards that game plan, and it's come up absolute trumps for him at the moment. And if you're Turkey and if you've got Godless Turtles, you've got to be going back to the drawing board here and figuring out exactly what you're going to go, or where you're going to go from here, as Yilmaz is found offside.
Yeah, he gets the ball in the back of the net, but that one will be chalked off. You can see it's been a clean performance as well. 0 fouls from the man representing Croatia here. Orsic has all the time in the world, not a single defender coming towards him. Finally, he's pressured. Long ball looking for Orsic, and it's a dangerous one back towards goal, but really clinical performance from Spora 97. He's going to be one I think we need to keep an eye on throughout the rest of the competition. And he's not done yet. Here is Rebic. Soyuncu is going to come to him. Orsic is there arriving, has time for a shot, takes it inside and it's gone wide. Real chance there for Spora to make it 4. Just goes wanting. I mean, look at the differential, Wes, in shots alone. You saw the stat flash up there. I think it was 11-4 in favour of Spora. That's just how clinical and how many chances he's created. I mean, you can see it just on paper. He hasn't, on the other side, had anything to defend, really. Godless Turtles not bringing too much to the party.
Yeah, and like we said, there's not a lot of pressure, really, on that Croatian backline. I mean, you look at, like we said, you know, we talked about the kind of the substitutes that Croatia have at their disposal. there's not a lot really to call on if you're a Turkish kind of supporter, if you're a Turkish player. There's not a lot really on their bench to kind of lean to. So it's going to be difficult for them, especially with Turkey. You're going to have to look and potentially try and win a game in 90 minutes with no substitutions. It's going to be very, very difficult. And as you can see, their time about running out, 2 minutes stoppage here. But it looks like it's all the points are going to Croatia at this point.
Yep, second minute of 2 added on. This one surely now is in the books, as we will see Croatia beat Turkey 5-1 on aggregate. Tremendous performance by Croatia. As I said before, we have so many games still to come. Kazakhstan versus Poland is our next game. Do not go anywhere. We will get straight into that one and try and get back on schedule as soon as we can. Don't get anywhere. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021. The games do not stop coming. It's Kazakhstan versus Poland, slightly behind schedule. We apologise for that, but it's the joys of working from home and the joys of working remotely means that I get to see Stuart Wesley alongside me, ready for Kazakhstan versus Poland. An intriguing one we have ahead of us here, Wes. Two nations that last year didn't do as well as they would have wanted to. They get a second chance though this year.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about kind of the smaller nations, and that is with no disrespect to Kazakhstan, but you can, those smaller nations, they don't necessarily have a lot to prove. They basically can turn up and do as basically as good as they can do given the circumstances. And I'm expecting them to take I'm expecting them to kind of take as many chances as they possibly can. With Poland, of course, they're littered with talent. It's just a case of putting all of that talent into kind of one place. You look at Zielinski, as we see on the ball, Piatek, you've got Lewandowski, you've got Milik. They've got these brilliant attacking weapons, but you can't play necessarily three centre forwards in these types of environments. You need some type of variation.
Oh, Milik has a real chance to score the first goal, and he's tucked it home with a left-footed strike from just outside the box. And it's as we're saying, you have this type of weaponry up front for Poland. And what a finish that is from so far out. I think the keeper probably could have done better here, Wes, but, well, it's take nothing away from the finish. It was inside the box in the end.
Yeah, it's brilliant one-touch play. I think it's Milik with the finish in the end. It's Lewandowski. You know, curse of the commentator. I say you can't play with 3 centre forwards, and Poland just go and prove me wrong within 10 minutes of the game starting. So, brilliant start for Poland. Brilliant start for Jancio. He'll be delighted with that start.
Yeah, we haven't even had a chance to introduce the players yet. Jancio PL representing Poland, and red card KZ for Kazakhstan. Strong start though for Poland. Here is Zielinski through 1-on-1. Oh, what a save! What a tremendous save to deny what could have been a second goal for Poland. And, well, maybe he should have done better here, Wes.
Well, it's a great read from Emmanuel goalkeeper to see exactly where that chance is going. I think had Jancio taken that shot without taking the turn, he wouldn't have telegraphed it as bad. But brilliant save from the Kazakhstan #1.
Absolutely, what a read. Corner to Poland, though, still to come. We'll see this a lot throughout the qualification campaign. Players bringing someone across to try and block that near post corner. In the end, it falls pretty harmlessly out of play. So a bit of a let-off here for red card. Now we can see what he has to bring in the attacking phase of play. Islam Khan. Zhukov. Building steadily here. Islam Khan trying to get in behind, but Szczesny able to cover fairly comfortably. And one man that I'm really looking forward to seeing play for this Polish squad is young Mikolaj. I believe he's playing under the one Zico or something like that, one of his game tags, I can't remember, but represents Manchester United in the eFootball Pro, and he's been scoring goals for fun this season. So he is one member of this national squad that I am very excited to see in 1-versus-1 play. He's already gotten one title in eFootball PES 2021. I remember watching him in the IESF European qualifiers. Blew absolutely everyone else out of the water. Was by far and away the best player at the tournament, so he is hoping we'll get a good look at him at some stage throughout our broadcast here. Of course, you can watch some of the games on each of the National Football Association's respective social channels, so it's worth investigating that if you're a fan of a certain nation. But for now, our focus is on Kazakhstan and Poland. Milik is very far offside, so this one, West, though, will come to nothing.
Yeah, and you know, he does, just to touch back on Mikolaj, he does go under many different names, but there is only one Zico. And he, you know, as we've said, he's a very talented player. You know, like we said, representing Manchester United. But you know, the guys on the screen are also giving themselves a very good account here as well. I'm impressed with the fact that Kazakhstan have managed to kind of hold it down to 1-0 at the moment.
Oh, what a touch there from Piatek. It's just gone too far beyond him, though. Zielinski can maybe conjure something up in the middle. Jancio with a bit of pressure, but you're right, defensively since conceding, Kazakhstan have been fairly solid. Haven't produced too much in the attacking phase of play. That no doubt will be something that red card wants to change. For now, though, he has to defend, and what's happened here? It will just be a corner. Thought for a second the referee saw something amiss, but once more it will be an in-swinger. Looking for Piatek, and it's off the line by the defender. Threatened to just dribble through on goal. Bednarek, Piatek, lovely touch through to Milik. Tackled well. Red card living on the edge. It'll be a third corner now for Poland. Followed very swiftly by a fourth. Half-time approaching in this first leg. Header at the front post, and it's bounced actually over the keeper and onto the woodwork. Kazakhstan surviving here. 5 until half-time. But there just doesn't seem to be an outball at the moment for Kazakhstan.
They've got to try and get this under their spell at some point. Poland seems to be having all of the chances, all of the ball, and a lot of Kazakhstan attacking that is going on here.
Yeah, Zielinski looking to try and feed Lewandowski once again. The interplay up top for Poland has been very impressive indeed. One last attack of the half perhaps though for Kazakhstan to remind Jancio and remind Poland that they are here to play. Zhukov. Back to him now on that far side. Defended well though by Jancio. And we enter the half, Wes. Just a goal from Milik separating the two sides.
Well, I think Poland will be very happy with that. You know, the fact that they've got in at least leading. I think they'll be slightly disappointed not to have had a second or potentially even a third, really, at that point. I think it's been a couple of manual goalkeeping reads at corners where Kazakhstan have tried to read the set play and they've almost come a bit unstuck. So it's just down to whether Poland can put that pressure back on them.
Certainly work to do for red card to do here in the second half of the first leg. A reminder to you all, we play 2 legs. It is an aggregate score across the 2 games of eFootball PES 2021. Stolen in the midfield though by Poland. The goal scorer on the ball. Lovely 1-2 with Zielinski just to open up the space. Zielinski's made a lovely run inside as well. That's a good save. Goralski. Poland building very steadily, patiently from Jancio. Zielinski. Back to him now. Left-footed strike. Saved, but at the expense, I believe, of a corner, Wes. This was a real chance for Poland to make it 2.
Yeah, it's smart build-up play as well. It's taking your time and trying to pass through. Like we said, it's the only way to describe it is a very stubborn defence. But Poland has more of these chances go by the wayside. They're going to need to put one away just to settle those nerves.
Corner to come. Looking for Piatek in the middle. Well, I've just seen there at the top that Milik has been taken off for Poland. He's been cropping up in some key areas, so that's a little bit surprising for my money. I think Kazakhstan will be very happy about that. One thing they won't be happy about though is that statistic you just saw, where there's not a single shot registered so far 60 minutes into the match. And if they keep losing it in dangerous positions such as these, they're always going to invite, as you said, maybe a chance for Poland to stick away a second. Borowski. Lovely double touch by Grzycki. Looking for Rybus in the middle. That would have been a tremendous goal. The piece of skill to set it up was miraculous. Don't forget, Italy won eEURO 2020 with a similar type of skill move. One of our favourites, Wes, isn't it? The double touch.
It's a very potent skill move, especially when you look at just slowing down your play before you execute it, and then just that extra zip of pace to get yourself out of it. It's very good, and the fact that they've introduced Grzycki kind of suggests that they may have changed shape a little bit and have gone to kind of more of a traditional 2 up top with Lewandowski and Piatek. So you might see more balls going into the box, but Kazakhstan are going to have to be careful with it.
Good tackle though, very strong and authoritative by red card. Again, what will annoy him though, and I think will certainly not give him any confidence, is again his attacking output nowhere near where it's needed to be. Good read by Jędrzejczyk. They come with again though, do Kazakhstan, but just lacking, as we saw with Turkey in the previous match, just lacking that bit of cutting edge where it's needed in the final third. One thing I've been impressed by, Wes, is obviously Jancio almost dousing the flames of any potential Kazakhstan attack. He's been controlling the midfield very well.
Well, if you look at it's not just their midfield; it's when it gets anywhere close to an attack for Kazakhstan. You look at the defensive kind of wardens, as it were, in Bednarek and in Glick as well. Glick, obviously, part of the Monaco team that obviously are so highly thought of within eFootball PES. They're just custodians at the back. They will not pass a lot. And you've got Bielik on the right hand side who's just picked up a book in there as well. So they have a defensive unit there that's going to be very, very hard to break down.
Lewandowski's actually come back to defend here for Poland. Look at the bodies behind the ball. Chance though maybe for red card to register something, but instead Poland relieve the pressure and the ball comes forward. Who can Jancio find from here? Goralski will, well, try and play the ball back. It's all turned very sloppy momentarily. And that could have been a tremendous ball for red card. Final 10 then for red card and Kazakhstan to find themselves an equaliser before we head into the second leg. Thank you for joining us, of course, here in eEURO 2021. We are in the group stages, and this could be a goal from Lewandowski. Oh, that's wonderful. That is wonderful. Credit to Jancio. As quick as you like, a long ball down that far side. And who else but Lewandowski in the right place at the right time, as he often is, Wes.
Well, it wouldn't be a Polish international without Robert Lewandowski getting on the score sheet. It's really good play down that left-hand side. Long ball, as we said. Brzezicki, a brilliant first time, kind of almost drilled pass and a lovely kind of outside of the boot finish from Lewandowski. He's taken out in the process, but he won't care. It's 2-0 to Poland, and you'd say that's pretty much game one for Poland. You can't see Kazakhstan really getting anything out of this now, but who knows? Game two may prove to be their way back into this. It may just be able to sneak a result there, but haven't seen a lot out of Kazakhstan to really suggest that at the moment.
It was a lovely cross, as you said. It was almost like a drilled pass, but what impressed me the most was the fact that he realised as soon as he takes the touch, he has to release the ball to give Lewandowski any type of chance to attack the ball. So 2-0 then to Poland, in control as we head towards the second leg. Kazakhstan, though, with the final attack. 2 minutes to be added on. Shetkin has a rare chance in the box, and that's a vital last-ditch challenge from Jancio. Needed to be made. Kazakhstan come once more. But it's cleared away. And the first leg, Wes, goes to Poland 2-0. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, it was kind of as we expected. Poland to, goal within the first 10 minutes, goal within the last 5. They're very much at home with their team, and Kazakhstan really just kind of struggling to get themselves going, but we'll see what happens second game. Anything can change in a 90 minutes of eFootball PES. Absolutely.
We'll take a very brief look at the stats before we move into the second leg. We will be going to a very quick break. You can see there, 0 shots from Kazakhstan. But when we come back, we will have the second leg between Kazakhstan and Poland. The second leg then between Kazakhstan and Poland kicks off. We have a change in personnel on both sides. Abdulkin comes in for Kazakhstan. And it's the only one, Zico, on the other side. Man who represents Manchester United. He's their leading goal scorer, I believe, so far in the season for them in the eFootball Pro so far. Harry Channon here alongside Stuart Wesley. Pleasure to be alongside you once again for another year of eEURO 2021. Wes, and we have our second leg between Kazakhstan and Poland. What we want to see here, isn't it? Not only eFootball PES action, but we need to see from Kazakhstan that they can score a goal. It sounds easier said than done, and it's easy to say that, but they didn't really threaten Poland at all in that first leg.
No, and I think it's more a case that it's not necessarily that we need to see a goal. It's more a case that we need to see like a symbol of intent from Kazakhstan. Like, they are trying to play football. There was the odd half chance here or there, but nothing that you could really pin your hat on to say that that was, you know, that was Kazakhstan's kind of brand of football. You know, and on the flip side, you know, the expectations of the only one Zico, and the expectations of Poland, you know, with him being, you know, top scorer of his club in eFootball Pro, you're going to expect goals from him. So this game is setting up to be intriguing, to say the very least.
Well, Lewandowski here holds the ball up really well, as he often does, unfortunately. Sometimes too long, and you can see just the right boot, I believe, of Piatek there. Will be adjudged to be offside. Looking forward to seeing, as we said before, not only what young Mikolaj can bring to the table, but also Abdulkin. We say it every single time. There are so many unknown quantities in the eFootball PES world that come out of the woodwork and shock us. You think about Spora for Croatia, who we saw earlier on in the stream. He was a real gem and one to look out for. Hopefully Abdulkin can provide to be the same type of player, but for now he needs to defend because Lewandowski is coming through here, and there's a chance. It's really well defended, actually. Got the body behind the ball just in time to block the shot. It will be a corner to Poland, but maybe a sign of things to come here for young Mikolaj.
I think he'd be slightly disappointed he didn't go the other way and try and kind of dislodge that defender, but that would have been Lewandowski's weaker side on his left foot, so it's a smart play to get the corner.
Oh, the corner comes in, it's off Blick, and well, I think the goalkeeper's just pushed it onto the post there. Either way, the captain scores from the corner. We'll get a better look of it here, Wes, but yeah, I think he's just pushed it onto the post, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been accredited to Glick. It looks as though it's that same corner. We talk about that corner like everybody knows what this corner is. And it's basically a case of just drilling a corner in as hard as you can into the box and kind of quickly selecting your player as you do that, as you're able to kind of put players into positions. And there's no better header of the ball, especially in stat balance mode, than Glick as a centre half. He's absolutely brilliant from set pieces, and as you can see there, caused all kinds of chaos.
Well, chance maybe for Abdulkin to come forward. Aimbetov tries to conjure something up, but that goal makes it, if you missed the first leg, 3-0 on aggregate now. Misplaced pass in the middle over Poland. That might just set Abdulkin on his way. That far side, he's been finding a fair amount of space. Here's Aimbetov. Oh, is that a foul? The referee says no. Lots of contact. Piatek is crowded out before any kind of counter can come in, but it's opening up a little bit here, just approaching the half-hour mark in the second leg. Shetkin cannot turn the ball around the corner. He's stepping up well, though, so far as Abdulkin. He's not allowing Zico to play. And Aimbetov might just get in behind, but Jacek is there. Szczesny takes a suspect touch. This is better, though, from Kazakhstan. What we've seen so far in this second leg, they failed to register a shot at all in the first. It's all gotten very scrappy here for Poland. You can see what Zico's trying to do, but there are just too many Kazakhstan defenders and bodies in the way. They're defending very stoutly and resolutely, but Zico just can't seem to find a way past at the moment.
It seems to have been a better performance from Kazakhstan this game, or at least in this opening 38 or so minutes. They've been a lot better defensively. Despite conceding, they've been a lot better defensively. You see that Poland aren't really getting all of it their own way, and it's not one-way traffic. It is very much in the balance here. If Kazakhstan can get a goal, you never quite know what might happen here.
Abdulkin crosses it in. Bednarek called into action. Half-time is looming. Zielinski. Again, crowded out by Kazakhstan. They have to reset and go again, and no doubt this will be a ploy to ensure he has the final attack of the half as we are ticking over into the 46th minute. Piatek here has Lewandowski to find at the back post. He doesn't need him. It's actually turned in by a defender. Poor Erlenov. It will be an own goal. And that now makes it 4-0 to Poland. Oh, the defender will want to look away here, Wes.
Yeah, I think it's either cannoning off a defender or it's going to the back post for that looks like it's.
I think it's Lewandowski.
Lewandowski, yeah, it's going either way. I think there's a very good call needs to be made for that ball from Click though, on the right hand side. Brilliant ball to find the space and again right on the edge of half time or right on the whistle. Poland 2-0 up now. Again, driver's seat. All the analogies of being in front and being in control, you can level those all to Poland at this point in time.
Well, Kazakhstan starting the second half off very brightly. Aimbatov almost sneaks one in past the keeper's near post. This was a real chance maybe to claw one back.
Yeah, it was good. Good movement of the ball, and again, I think with eFootball players, you're most susceptible to conceding when it is that kind of second half just after kickoff. So Poland got to be very careful here.
Oh, it's bouncing around everywhere, dangerously in the box, isn't it? That's another one of those where you're very susceptible maybe to conceding. And Jacek will pick up the ball, and look at this. Piatek has again Lewandowski pulling off at the far post. Here he is by the penalty spot. Great defending. The second bite of the cherry won't go in either. And Erlenov, that block almost as good as a goal. He's made up for his own goal. There, Wes, what a block.
It's a quality block, and it's good defending from Abdulkin. You're forcing your opponent to make a decision there, because you're 2-on-1. You can either fancy your chances and take a shot across goal, or you can go for the cutback, and he stayed right in that kind of good zone where it was keeping Zico guessing. He had to make a choice, and he made a choice, and he still got the block. So it's brilliant play from Kazakhstan, and again slowly growing into this game.
Oh, look at that! They had another chance there as well. Could have easily been 2-2 if he'd stuck the one previous away as well. By no means rolling over is Abdulkin here. And there'll be a corner to follow as well. One that could spell very dangerous. We know that the type of physical players that Kazakhstan have. It's swung in. Another chance here maybe. Aibitov. Shetkin goes for goal. Szczesny will be there to claim. Lewandowski does so well to retain possession there. Piatek is just giving chase as well. Well, the referee's seen something amiss. That's going to be a free kick to Kazakhstan. I think it's Is that Piatek coming back from an offside position? So more pressure being applied on the Polish back line, and credit to Abdulkin again, he's grown into this game. 63rd minute we're in now. Ainbitov looking for the man on the near side, can't quite connect and link up with him. Zielinski, men forward here, it's a 4-on-2 at the back for Poland. Piatek through on goal, what a save, second bite of the cherry. Oh, it just dribbles past with the improvised finish. How good was this save? Really, really strong manual goalkeeping, Wes, and that is, well, manual goalkeeping at its finest.
Well, it's top draw manual goalkeeping, to say the least. And we talked not 2 minutes ago about forcing people to make a choice, and Zico makes Abdulkin make a choice as to what side he's going to go, and he picks correctly, and it's a big, big hand on it. Shame that the follow-up didn't go in, but it would have been a bit, I would say, unjust and a bit unfair on Kazakhstan had that rebound gone in.
Yeah, Piatek again giving chase, and he's been rewarded for it. There you go, there's his goal. The high press and pressure is rewarded with a goal. It's a goal that makes it 5-0 to Poland across the two legs. That's the result in the bag now, Wes.
Yeah, you can see it's Piatek's kind of strength has kind of just stopped the defender from getting the ball again. It's a good through ball from Lewandowski. You can see Piatek is free. He gets a little bit of a ricochet, but then it's just strength that just holds off the defender. And again, goalkeeper was trying to manual goalkeep was Abdulkin, but it's not going to be enough from that angle. And Piatek will very much see himself into the score sheet once more. And again, pretty much game over from here with 20 minutes left. But again, you're just looking for something from Kazakhstan, because to be fair to Abdulkin, he hasn't had a bad game, despite what the scoreline suggests. He hasn't been allowing, Zico to have all of the running. He has actually been getting some half chances. It's just margins at this point as to whether they go in the back of the net or not.
Really strong showing though, regardless of anything else from Zico. 3-0 in this second leg. That the European champion of IESF last year is showing why he was very much good for that title and would love to lead Poland all the way to eEURO 2021 qualification. Plenty of matches still to come though, of course. Not only for Poland, but for us here on the stream as well. And look at this, Ainbitov could maybe snatch one back here for Kazakhstan. He's through one-on-one. Bednarek giving chase, but oh, that's a lovely finish. Cool as a cucumber. Ainbitov pulls one back. And with it aggregate now 5-1, probably won't make a difference in the final result, Wes, but that one I think was deserved by Abdulkin.
Yeah, I think for the work he's put in the game, again, he gets a little bit of luck off the ricochet, somehow holds off the defender, and it just clips off the side of the bar into the back of the net. He's well worth at least a goal here, and like I said, if you are a fan of Kazakhstan, if you are a Kazakhstani national, you'd be very proud of his performance here. And like we said, you can get some of the difficult games out of the way early in your group. This, you would suggest that Poland, given the makeup of their team and given up their representatives, it's going to be one of the more difficult games of your group, and then try and sneak some points elsewhere. I know it's very early to talk about games going forward, but you've got to think further down the line here of, okay, well, this game's gone. This game's gone. You're not going to probably recover 5 goals in 12 minutes to get yourself level. Try and get yourself a bit of breathing room to at least nullify some of the goal difference. And, like I said, I think there's building blocks there for Kazakhstan. It's just how they improve that side in the way that they're set up.
Absolutely, and don't forget you play all the other nations in your group in a round-robin style in about a month's time as well, with the reverse fixture. So all the teams you see play today play again, roles reverse, so home moves to away in about a month's time. Polish corner though. Again, we see that front post block coming in from Kazakhstan, so popular this year. Here is the goal scorer, the hero for Kazakhstan so far. Here's another goal scorer, unfortunately on the other side of the score sheet. Poor Erlenov turned in that own goal earlier on. If you missed the first leg, 2-0 to Poland. Aibatov's through here again, and it's another goal actually for Kazakhstan. (5-2) on aggregate. And it goes back to what you were saying, Wes. There's signs of life here for Kazakhstan, and they might be a nation. Again, when you consider this group, probably Poland, one of the tougher nations in there, you might be keeping an eye on Kazakhstan here.
Yeah, you'd certainly raise an eyebrow to it. It's a lovely through ball. And Aibatov, again, just lofts it over Szczesny, and it's 3-2 in the game. And like you said, if you are, looking for signs of life, we said that at the top of this game. We just wanted to see a response from Kazakhstan, and boy, have we. We have seen a very, very good performance. I think Zico will be kind of sparing his blushes a little bit here by trying to see this game out. As you can see, it's going towards the corner. Although you can see he's dribbling in there with Kazior. It's a lovely double touch. Squares it across the Piatek.
Yeah, Lewandowski's there as well. And well, we were maybe giving too much praise to Kazakhstan. And I think Mikolaj wanted to remind us that actually he's pretty darn good at PES as well. That goal makes it now 6-2 to Poland. Lovely double touch. And again, it's that presence of mind to try and find Piatek in the middle. Lucky ricochet though, Wes. But it's deserved. It's a real deserved goal.
Yeah, I mean, you can say there, again, Abdulkin trying to get the block in across. The keeper tried to get a second shot at keeping that out. But again, Lewandowski in and around that kind of 12-yard area. You put anything anywhere near him, he's going to tuck that away. But like we say, we take nothing away from Kazakhstan. They've had a really good showing here in this second game, but at the same time as well, Mikolaj had a really good performance here. Has managed to kind of see it out at this point in time. It's very, very good performance from them as well.
Yeah, Piatek might have a chance to add a fifth here in the second leg. There's Kazior in the middle as well, but Kazakhstan defence holding strong. 5 minutes added on, no surprise based on the amount of goals we've seen here. I mean, 6 goals in the second leg after only 2 in the first, and there could be more yet. As Abdulkin searches for his third. Great last-ditch tackle. And this one will be a corner. This has been a tremendous game between these two nations. Corner to Kazakhstan, played short. Soyunbayev goes for goal. It's deflected. And I think, Wes, that one is going to be in the books now. Poland winning 6-2 on aggregate. I mean, what a fantastic second leg that was. We saw 6 goals. A really strong showing from both nations, wasn't it?
Yeah, and like we said, we saw very much signs of life from Kazakhstan, and we saw the goals that we expected from Mikolaj. So, again, a great kind of advert for both nations, and again, there's building blocks for both there. There's points for Poland to go away and work on. There's points for Kazakhstan to go away and work on, but ultimately, Poland come out with the full gamut of rewards for their performances.
Yeah, here are the stats for those who are wondering. Do not go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have Serbia taking on Russia slightly later than billed. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we will have that game. Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you're joining us around the world to eEURO 2021 group play qualification. My name is Harry Chan and joining me is Stuart Wesley, and we have Serbia taking on Russia. And the games don't stop coming, Wes. We have just so many games to get through today that we are slightly behind schedule between these two nations, but we're getting back on track. This should really be a tremendous game here, shouldn't it? I mean, Serbia last year came so close to toppling Italy in the finals, lost 3-1 in that best-of-5 series, but they're on a bit of a revenge path this season, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they were. I think you even tipped them in the final. I think, if I remember correctly.
I did.
And I think they'll be smarting from that kind of runner-up kind of tag that they've had, you know, as opposed to being champions, which they probably felt that they were the kind of the favourites for, you know, when you looked at the likes of France that had gone by the wayside. But you know, they'll certainly be looking to improve here. But again, Russia are no slouches here. They've got a lot of very good players here to kind of work with. Chalov, Dzyuba, Miranchuk, who likes his trade at Atalanta. You know, they've got players there that are of some decent skill. But again, you look at Serbia, they've got Mitrovic, they've got Luka Jovic, they've got players who can do damage as well. So this is gearing up to be probably my game of the day, I would say. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that this is going to be a good old-fashioned derby here.
Well, we have Kepa representing Serbia for his second year in a row, and then Kamario in for Russia, who I believe fell just short of qualifying for the finals. Again, how much they would love to try and qualify outright here in the group stages. Here is Dzyuba. Good defending though from Kepa, who represents AS Roma in the eFootball Pro League. We have plenty of eFootballers being called up to their national squads. It's good to see. Be a running theme, no doubt, throughout today's broadcast. Here is Milinkovic-Savic. Tackled well, actually, in the end by Kamario. And, well, it's very physical indeed. Luka Jovic is in there as well, trying to put purchase to the ball, but just approaching the 18th minute. And we've haven't had a knockout punch just yet, but certainly some jabs from both nations. Jovic into the feet of Mitrovic. Great touch, and Dusan Tadic does the rest. The captain's the goal scorer. Some really neat footwork here by Kepa with Mitrovic to find Tadic and then tucks it home. Really well done. So 1-0 to Serbia, whereas they're again trying to get back to where they were last year. You think how close they came to being eEURO 2020 champions. eEURO 2021 champions doesn't sound too bad either, but first they have to defend this attack by Miranchuk, and Chalov's in there. What a save! Off the line almost. Chance for Serbia to go coast to coast here. Instead, Kepa's going to slow things down, but that was a real chance for Russia.
Yeah, it was really good vision from Kamario to find Chalov in the box, and it was actually a decent little manual save from Kepa. So you know, the skills abound here, and I don't think this game is going to stay 1-0. I don't have a mystical ball that sees into the future, but I can't see this staying at 1-0.
Well, I certainly hope not, for the sake of all our viewers around the world, wherever you are joining us. Welcome. Don't forget, in 2 weeks' time, you can watch groups F through J play out as well. But first, here is Russia looking for Dzyuba. Luka Jovic, Mitrovic, Tadic. I mean, those three up front for Serbia are going to be such a handful to deal with. Here is Mitrovic. That's 2-0. Cool as you like. Really well worked from Kepa. One of the most direct counter-attacks you'll see. Finds the extra man every single time. And there was no way for Kamario to keep up.
of all of the weapons that I listed off of Serbia, how I could have forgotten about Dusan Tadic. I apologise to our Serbian viewers. Been absolutely phenomenal, been instrumental in both goals, picked up the first goal, assisted in the second, and like we said, Kepa is not coming here to play, he's coming here to win, and Camario's going to have to find something extra here.
He is indeed. This again is one of those tough matches for Russia. Mario, though, is coming forward in search for something to write home about. But we fully expect against Serbia to be one of the group leaders come the end of qualification play. I mean, purely based on their pedigree alone. Kepa and Roxa, both professional eFootball PES players, playing at the highest level of club competition for AS Roma. No doubt we'll see Roxa feature after this game. For now, though, all the attention is on these two men. And Chalov has a real chance, and oh, somehow it's not found its way into the back of the net. This was a real opportunity, Wes, to maybe snatch one back.
It was a good bit of patience. It got a small ricochet here, but again, presence of mind to make that turn. It's a good block. It looks like it's from Milinkovic at the heart of it, but Miranchuk with the corner, so you can get a header on it.
We'll come all the way back to Miranchuk. Juba with a potential opportunity. It will come actually back for Camario, but he tries to play it to a man who's offside, so a bit of respite now for Kepa, whose defence had come under siege. But we're only 5 minutes, or just under now, away from the half, and I mean, if you're Camario here, you've had chances, but you haven't been able to tuck any away. Do you change anything at half-time? I mean, do you just keep trusting that your players are going to put away one of these opportunities every now and then? I'll come back to that as Camario looks to try and build here. Miranchuk on the ball. He's been instrumental so far, tries to find Ozduev. Only 1 minute added on. Adam Jajic will spread it out, and I think this one probably will be the final attack of the half. Lovely turn from Dusan Tadic. Now Mitrovic feeds it back to him. Who can he find in the box? Only the goalkeeper. And that'll be half-time. We'll come back to the question, Wes. Do you change anything here if you're Camario? Because you've had chances, you just haven't been able to take any of them.
Well, I think if you're Russia, I think you have to kind of trust the process. They very much got a kind of a big man, little man in terms of a front line at the moment with Chalov and with Juba. But you don't want Juba in and around the box. You want him in the box.
Absolutely, a real chance there for Chalov. Will be a corner, though. This is much better. These are the type of chances, though, we fully expect Russia to take. A better touch there, maybe, from Chalov. Takes it towards goal, away from the defender. Maybe he gets a more surefire strike away. Instead, it will be only a corner. Juba somehow gets a strike away there. That's as improvised as you like. Very dangerous indeed for Serbia. Bounces kindly for Mitrovic, and the first time lofted through pass will not find its way through. Kolarov with some very stout defending indeed. Dusan Tadic now on the ball. Somehow wriggles his way past through two defenders. As there's a chance again for him to maybe work his magic. The double touch only finds its way through to Semenov. Beats one but can't beat the second. Back now to Adam Jajic. Mitrovic is offside. Tadic there. Has an unfortunate series of touches, just lets the ball get away from him. Do you think maybe about making changes if you're Kepa here? Because, I mean, again, although he's had opportunities, I'll come back to that, as maybe Russia threatened the Serbian goal. You just feel like maybe there's a lack of freshness up top at the moment for Serbia.
I think you've got to look to that subs bench, especially at this type of time, because players will get sloppy. They will make sloppy, touches and ricochets, and you need to get fresh legs into vital parts of the field. You probably look down the spine of your team. Maybe a centre midfielder brought on, maybe a striker brought on, just to freshen up that ability to find loose players and good runs. But as we can see here, Kepa still keeping the ball, still keeping it moving.
Yeah, look at this. Tadic has a real chance here to find Luka Jovic, and that's 3. 3-0. And Tadic involved once again. He's been instrumental for Serbia. Luka Jovic gets his goal. And poor Camario, because he's had chances this second half. He really has, but Kepa has just been way too clinical for him. And now, well, Kepa's 3-0 up, and Serbia are looking good.
Yeah, I think this game has been a story of the chances that haven't been taken versus the chances that have. I mean, it has been the tale of 2 attacks. Serbia have been extremely clinical, whereas Russia just haven't found that extra edge that, they really need to kind of put some of these chances away.
Well, not too much time, just over 20 minutes left in game, in regular time. You can see the changes that have come through, a triple swap actually for Russia, to try and freshen up the front line. Rokin looking for Miranchuk. This is a really good chance. Ironov, there you go. There's one back. Straight back to the halfway line. And this final 20 minutes, Wes, gets very interesting indeed from here on out.
Well, we said, substitutions will change games, and it was good direct play from Russia. We haven't seen a lot of that, really. Taking Dzyuba off, it does change the dynamic of the Russian attacking line, but it's a really good finish from Ironov. And again, it's now a little bit tense if you're Kepa. It's a little bit tense if you're Serbia, but we'll see what happens within the next 5 or 10 minutes. If maybe Russia can sneak another goal, and maybe the alarm bells go off in that Serbian defence.
Yeah, maybe. You certainly felt that Camario didn't really deserve to be 3 goals down. Now he's only 2. That's a really strong challenge, though, from Kepa to win the ball back in a very promising position indeed. Mitrovic now turns his man, looking for Tadic, and it's 4. Too good, too slick. And it all comes, Wes, from winning the ball back from that challenge. Wonderful goal from Kepa.
Yeah, it's really good changing defence into attack. You can see when he gets the ball with Mitrovic, you can see he's taking extra touches because he knows that run from Tadic is going to get there. It's just a case of timing, and his timing is absolutely pinpoint, and that finish from Tadic is just superb, and it is the captain once more, and it really gives Serbia a very, very healthy position going into game 2.
Well, instant tackle as well onto Chalov. Judged to be too physical by the referee, but that's purely just to prevent any kind of instant attack from the kickoff. And poor Camario, I did say he didn't deserve to be 3 goals down, but Kepa certainly deserves to be 3 up. He's played splendidly in this first leg. If you are just joining us, don't forget we play 2 legs, and it is the aggregate score across the 2, so whoever plays this second leg here for Russia is, well, it's almost like drinking from a poison chalice, isn't it? Here is Lukic. Beats Semenov on this near side, and he's just playing with his food now. Kepa comes forward. Chance maybe for Tadic on a hat-trick, and oh, that maybe should have been 5. So close, Wes.
Yeah, it's a very, very good move there as well. Again, lets it roll through the legs, finds that additional pass, and just snatched at the shot. I mean, I think Kepa out of instinct has shot there, to be honest. But if you're looking at, as we just saw that kind of statistic just flash up there, 5 shots, 4 on target for Serbia. Very much a clinical kind of performance, but also for Russia, 5 shots, 4 on target, and only the 1 goal. So, kind of speaks to the kind of theory that Russia just need to find that extra bit of quality in that final third.
Miranchuk tries to force it through to Chalov, but ultimately that's all it is just a forced pass. Approaching the end of 90 now. Do you feel at this point Serbia are looking good going into the second leg? I mean, they've won the ball back here, but do you feel like Russia maybe need another goal to give themselves a chance? There's a chance again here for Kepa, and the ball has ricocheted off 2 players. It will be a goal kick. Do Russia need another goal?
I think to maybe close the gap, yeah, but I think they also need to maybe have a slight look at their tactics, because at the moment Russia are just kind of gifting Serbia kind of position and just the ability to break them down. So I think that there needs to be a look at some of the tactics there, maybe using a bit more of a direct style of play, maybe getting the ball up to Dzyuba when he's, you know, full of stamina early on in the game. But they've got to be thinking about an attacking style of play for the second game. Final
attack maybe of this first leg. Golovin is fouled. So this one will be a free kick in a decent position here for Russia. Probably too far away to have a strike on goal. He might just fancy it.
We've seen them hit from here, Harry. We have seen them hit from here.
Golovin steps up, and well, Kepa is wise to it. As you said, we've seen him hit from that kind of angle, that kind of range. And so Kepa comes across. 4-1 is the final score in the first leg. Do not go anywhere, because when we come back, we'll have the second leg between Serbia and Russia. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021. We have Serbia taking on Russia in the second leg, and boy, it was a goal-filled affair, wasn't it, Wes? Plenty of goals, plenty of action. Russia with plenty to do. We have players swapping in. Roma Turio is the man tasked with trying to pull back this deficit, and it's AS Roma's Roxa coming in for Serbia. A really tough ask, isn't it, for Roma Turio?
Yeah, it's a very tall ask. I mean, you know, you're going up against Roxa, you're going up against a fully loaded Serbia team, you know, and with the confidence that, you know, they don't really have to push the issue here, Serbia. They can just go about their business. They don't have to necessarily win the game. They just need to not concede 3 goals to take all of the points. But interesting to see from Russia, though, not lining up with the exact same. Well, they're not lining up in the same method. Golovin starts, Erikin starts, Ivanov starts. So, you know, you're looking at there. Djuba's there, but he's out of a wide position. It's Miranchuk tries to get in, but yeah, you're looking at an interesting kind of setup, really, from those two.
Are indeed a very contrasting styles, and that's one thing that makes this competition so fun, is that you have a minimum of 2 players representing each national team, and they're all going to have their own ideas of how to set up their team based on their own play style. It's what makes the eEURO such a fun competition to witness. Free to kick to Serbia, though, and if there's one thing I know about Roxa, is that I know he likes to defend. He's the league leader in defensive points at the moment in the eFootball Pro season for AS Roma. They've been a tough nut to crack for many teams that have Roma. But there's a real chance here because there's a mistake at the back. Einov through, one-on-one. Oh, what a save. What an absolute pearl of a save from Roxa. That was special.
It was a game of virtual chicken, and Russia lost that one.
It did indeed. Pressure still on, though. Finally, it will pop out to Kolarov, and well, Roxa's defence there. Split open. Milinkovic-Savic. Perfectly weighted ball into Luka Jovic. Adam Jajic on the edge. Could maybe angle himself for a strike, instead decides to go backwards. Mitrovic to Jojic, and yeah, that one goes wanting. Might want to see Roxa take a few more risks like that, Wes. I mean, he has the goal advantage on aggregate, doesn't he? 4-1, so why not take a pop in that kind of area?
Yeah, the issue with that, though, is that you then, if it doesn't result in a goal, you're giving possession back to Russia, and you know, knowing Roxa in the way that I do, I don't think he'll be wanting to give them any ammunition to try and get themselves back into this game, because as we've seen before, 1 goal can become 2, 2 can become 3 very quickly, and before you know it, you know, Serbia could be behind in the tie. So I think he's just going to try and limit as much damage as he can, as well as inflicting that on Russia.
Yeah, the highest professional standards does Roxa hold himself to. I remember watching him at the weekend a couple of days ago when Roma did not get the results they were expecting against Galatasaray, I believe. Just remember the frustration in his face. He threw his controller down. That's how passionate this man is. Has a chance maybe with Dusan Tadic to sneak in, but he certainly holds himself to a very high caliber. So maybe you're right. Maybe he just doesn't want to turn over possession because he knows how quickly this game can change. Here is Mitrovic. Jovic with some very nice touches, but Semenov puts an end to that attack. It's been a very open game as the ball hasn't gone out of play too often. We're already in the 35th minute of the first half. It's flown by, and here is Miranchuk for Roma Turio. Nothing doing there though. 10 minutes till half time.
Yeah, you can see from Russia kind of lacking that pace in the wide areas. Gone are the days of your Andrei Arshavins. They don't quite have that type of weaponry.
Oh, Luka Jovic has come inside though. He's going to find Mitrovic. Oh, it's wide. The Serbians in the stadium thought for sure Roxa was going to tuck that one home. It was the perfect pullback, Wes, but just leant back a bit too much with the strike, didn't he?
Looks like it's more come off his heel than it's come off the centre of his foot with Mitrovic. Looks as though it's, could have very easily gone in, and that really could have closed the game out for Roxa and for Serbia. But the longer this goes 0-0, the more it's actually going to favour Russia. I mean, they've just got to try and figure out exactly how to break down this Serbian defence.
Well, here's an opportunity to do so, but Maksimovic will deny that opportunity, at least on this occasion. And now Tadic down this near side. Very measured is Roxa, but he's found a pass in behind there. Looks to try and feed it back to Dusan Tadic, but as we approach half-time, goalless in the first half. I think it's the first time we've seen that so far today on the broadcast. Not a single goal going into half-time. I could be wrong. We've seen plenty of games of PES so far. And we have plenty more to come following this. Germany versus Poland, Austria versus Montenegro, and to finish out the day, Sweden versus Turkey. So make sure you stay tuned. Not a single minute added on to the end of the first half. Just goes to show how open it was, whereas the ball didn't travel out of play too often. It was just from one end to the next. And unfortunately for us, no goals to come from it.
Yeah, it was a very open game of football. I couldn't I think a draw at this point in time would be a fair result. Apart from that Mitrovic chance, has not really been.
It was like a long rally in tennis, wasn't it?
Yeah. You've had the Mitrovic chance. You've had the Ionov chance. I don't think there's been much else in it. So I think at the moment, I think this is pretty much a fair result as it stands.
Well, we swap ends. The players, of course, remain the same, but Adam Jojic is going to try and find Jovic here, and there are a couple of men over here. Actually, he goes for goal to try and surprise the keeper, and it's, well, a Tadic header, I think, in the end that's gone over the bar. This was a real chance for Roxa to open the game up. Everyone was looking inside, and the header, it's just lofted over.
When you watch that replay back, you see the space that Roxa thought he had, and the goalkeeper, Guillem, was very, very close to just coming away from that near post. But again, good defending from Russia to keep it at 0-0. And again, they've got, there is confidence to build upon here from Russia. The longer it goes, the longer the more confidence they'll build.
Yeah, Golovin is giving chase here. Dimitrovic is off his line very quickly, but the problem is that the timer is very much against Roma to Rio and Russia here after losing 4-1 in the first leg. It's not as if you're within touching distance as it stands. Here is Mitrovic trying to find Jovic, but Russia survived for now, and that's a professional foul from Roxa. He's done more than his fair share of that this season, just to prevent counter-attacks coming through. There's one of them, no doubt Mitrovic into the book. And now some changes. I mean, it's early on in the half. Well, I say that, it's approaching the 60th minute, but it's interesting to see it's actually Roxa changing some personnel. In fact, both sides do. So Chalov coming on, we saw that, Wes. No doubt that will be an intention to try and spring the counter-attack perhaps with a bit of pace, but yeah, goalless so far.
Yeah, you can see the chances, the changes from Serbia. Change to the midfield, change to a defender. You can see Roxa's mindset here is to just try and contain this game, because he, like we said, doesn't need to go out and win the game. He doesn't have to, and I suppose that's the brilliant cushion he's got at this point.
Headed behind for a Serbian corner. Headed in towards Tadic. Looked like he had a free run onto that, and he's just blasted it over. Gotten way too much underneath it. But you're right, that's the kind of situation that Roxa's in now, thanks to Kepa's dominant performance in the first leg of this two-legged side. 4-1 the aggregate score to Serbia. So it really is Russia, and it is Roma to Rio who needs to just start moving up the gears a bit here. Jovic on the ball, trying to feed Tadic, and it's a lucky bounce towards Roxa, and Jovic is there and waiting. Can he finish? He actually touches it almost into the goal completely. But in the 67th minute, we finally break the deadlock. It's Luka Jovic, it's Roxa, It's Serbia 5-1.
Well, we talk about tiredness and the effects it can have on players. Again, if you drill a ball at a back line that is tired and that doesn't have the greatest of dribbling stats, you can sometimes get a chance to just nip in front, and players like Luka Jovic, players like Dusan Tadic will be able to get in. You can see that it's a drill through ball. You can see the intentions there. It's just taken an unfortunate knock-off of the defender who's kind of just taken it into the path. And I think Roxa there was kind of, I don't think he was too sure as to where the goalkeeper was going to go, hence why he took it so close to the goal.
Exactly.
in that instance, but either way, he's not going to care. It's 1-0 and pretty much game, set, and match for Serbia.
Yeah, the celebration starting early. I think you're absolutely right about that. He was anticipating the goalkeeper to commit one way or the next, and then not sure he was quite anticipating such a heavy touch, but you won't mind. Russia now 5-1 down. The type of performance we fully expect out of Serbia, not only on this match day, but also match days to come. Runners-up of eEURO last year. Very much with a winning pedigree amongst their squad as well, with Roxa and Kepa, the two headline stars. Dusan Tadic. And I feel any other nation in this group needs to be looking at this game and realising Tadic is a player you need to shut down if you're taking on Serbia in any of your group games. He's been instrumental in almost every single goal we've seen from Serbia across the two legs. Long ball looking for Jovic, can't quite find him.
He's very much favoured by this Serbia side, but what we say, when you try and kind of take a player out or assign a player, to kind of almost chaperone a player, the issue you've got then is that it can cause problems as American goes in.
Yeah, real chance there for Russia, but saved well by Roxa. That's the first real sniff we've seen in this second half from Rome to Rio. But unfortunately, it was straight at the keeper. You're right, yeah, it's like going up against a Hydra, isn't it? You cut off one head and three more come out the other end. So, very difficult to pinpoint exactly one player to single out in a game, but Dusan Tadic has been instrumental.
The issue. You cut off the supply to Tadic, it then goes to Mitrovic. You cut off Mitrovic, it goes to Jovic. There's so many kind of ways of playing with this Serbia side that kind of makes it easy for the likes of Kepa and Roxa to really put the pressure on any type of team, as we saw last year.
Of course, last summer, only a couple of games away from being champions, as the ball almost finds its way through to the Russian striker. 4-1 to Serbia in the first leg. 1-0 in the second makes it on aggregate 5-1. Maybe a consolation in it here for Russia as Chalov tries to feed it through, but the supply lines have been cut off more often than not so far by Roxa. Bakayev again just shepherded away. Into the feet of Chalov, and well, it's just no passing lane available to him. And it's been a really professional performance, as we anticipated from Roxa. We said before his defensive record in the eFootball Pro season so far has been stellar. And it's a clean sheet here to represent his country.
It's been a very, very good performance, and I think again the one thing I would say for Russia to kind of take away from this is Chalov looks to try and get free. The comfort for any teams that have lost their opening game today, qualification for eEURO 2021 will not be decided here today, but it will be a good indicator of where these teams need to improve going forward. So it's not going to be Russia lose this and then that's it. It's a case of, right, you've lost this game. You've now got to move on, and you've now got to figure out what you need to do to improve. So, there's no alarm bells just yet. It is only essentially the first match day. So, there's still plenty to play for any team that's competing today.
Well, you're absolutely right. You saw there the stats of the game. We're going to take about a 15-minute break before our next game gets underway. It will be Germany versus Poland. Thank you so much for watching. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to eEURO 2021. My name is Harry Channon and I'm joined by Stuart Wesley. And boy, oh boy, the good games just keep on coming. We have Germany versus Poland ready to go. Wes, this is a huge match, isn't it? Not only in terms of the outlook of this group, but between these two nations, such a big rivalry.
Oh yeah, huge. Absolutely massive rivalry between these two nations. And in terms of the teams, I mean, it's littered with all-stars on both sides. You know, you've got the likes of Lewandowski on one side. On the other side, you have Timo Werner. Yeah, you know, you have players of real quality, and you know, the players who are, you know, behind the sticks, as it were, as well. You know, we saw from Jancio earlier, again, solid performance. El Matador, we know the caliber that Mike Linden brings to the party. This is going to be, I think this might be our main event without being the main event.
Absolutely. Germany attacking from left to right have started very strong here. It's Timo Werner to start things off. Forces the save and it will be a corner. But we haven't even had a chance to properly introduce the players yet. I know you briefly touched upon it, but El Matador controlling Germany. Part of the German national team for a second year in a row. They were dispatched by Romania, if you remember, in the finals of the groups last year, and it's a front post header unchecked by Jancio, which, well, maybe El Matador would have liked to have done better with. It will be a goal kick to Poland, but yes, Schalke 04 player El Matador is having a bit of a resurgence in the eFootball Pro this season. One of the eldest players competing at the top level of PES still at this time. Going up against Jancio, who, as you said earlier on, played very well. This is a different type of test, though. Here it's Amiri for Germany, and it's 1-0 in the opening 10 minutes of the game. How easy was this, Wes?
Well, you start as you mean to go on from Germany, and El Matador finding the arm in the air of Amiri. It's a great little finish. Again, you talked about the presence of mind with a Lewandowski finish earlier on. You know, knowing that you've got to hit it pretty much as soon as it gets out of your feet. El Matador does the exact same thing with Amiri and advantage Germany very early on. And you can only expect more goals to come out of this. You know, we anticipated earlier that, you know, games were not going to stay 1-0. And again, I don't think this one is going to stay 1-0 for too long. Not that I will use my magic crystal ball. Can certainly see Poland not taking this one lying down.
Hope it isn't the curse of the commentator, because we haven't really seen too much in the opening 15 from Jancio to really threaten El Matador. It's been one-way traffic. Of course, the German national team disappointed with their performance last year. Here is a chance, though, for El Matador. Nice little feint to get room for the shot. It's a nice save. Still not dealt with here by Jancio, and well, Timo Werner might have a chance, and that's a really cheeky goal. Too easy for Germany. Timo Werner, 2-0.
He's been goal shy for his club, but he's not goal shy for his country. 2-0 inside 16 minutes for Germany. Really good play again. It's a good save from Szczesny. You can probably question the clearance, but again, if you don't get it out the first time, Werner will make you pay. And again, it's really good finishing there from El Matador. And again, we talk about taking your chances at this level. You have to take them when they're there. And again, brilliant finish. He had a lot of the goal to aim at. He still tried to put it past the nose of the goalkeeper, but Werner won't care. It's in the back of the net, and it's 2-0 to the good.
Dream start for Germany. A really good finish, as you say, from Werner, not only because of the amount of goal he had to still find, but also he was off balance, approaching from a very awkward angle indeed. So now Jancio for Poland has to reply. This is, of course, a two-legged affair, so doesn't necessarily have to, but I'm sure whoever is controlling Poland in the second leg would like for the score to not be a cricket score by the time we get there.
You want to leave yourself within the kind of the touching distance of your opponent. But again, Germany at the moment will, like we said, they will look back to how disappointed they would have been with their Euro 2020 campaign, and they'll look to try and right some of the wrongs. They were involved in that, like we said, that Sillerender story of Romania getting through as Milik gets through, and looks like it's going to be a free kick.
Yeah, I think you're right here. Right on the edge as well, inside the D. maybe too close to goal to have a strike here. Wouldn't be surprised to see him play this one short. We will wait and see. Milik and Lewandowski standing over it. He will actually go for goal. Ricochets off the wall for a corner. Always tricky from that kind of range to get it up and down in time. Zielinski will actually try and swing one in as well. Goalie comes into action. Looking for Bednarek and, well, carbon copy. Another corner.
The thing with that type of corner is as much as it is rinse and repeat, it only has to work once to get themselves a goal.
Bednarek again coming towards that front post, and like you said, it only has to work once, and that's why we see so many players come towards that front post to try and prevent that type of corner happening. Bit of pressure here though for Jancio. Zielinski is the target and will actually out-muscle El Matador. Good cross as well towards Robert Lewandowski. But it's Germany who survive, and Rudiger up to Timo Werner, Kai Havertz, the two trying to combine up top, and that's a bit of a misplaced one, maybe miscued from El Matador. Half an hour gone though, and well, Jancio, despite being 2 down, is starting to grow into this first half of this first leg a little bit. Here is Lewandowski. Waldschmidt on this near side. He's a name that maybe viewers at home might not fancy making it into the first team of the German national team, because we are playing stat balancing mode. He's one of those, like Amiri as well, who will crop up every now and then based on their traits. And here's Timo Werner for 3. It's the third for Germany. Clinical. Absolutely clinical. Deadly from El Matador. It's 3-0. It's really, really good footwork.
It's brilliant footwork. He takes the stumble. It probably would have been brought back for let's just have a look at the hands of the ref. No, it wouldn't have been brought back for an advantage. So really good play from Havertz to find Werner, and El Matador is absolutely on fire here. This Germany side looks to have really had a bit of a refresh. You know, you look at the likes of Kerrer, Klosterman, look like they've really come into this side. Havertz, of course, is well renowned as one of the best youngsters, but
Lewandowski
break the line.
Yeah, he's just taking a ricochet there off the goalie. Double touch in from the big man. Agility not quite there to make the actual skill move as effective as it can be when you see the likes of players who have the trait of double touch, can be so deadly with it. Timo Werner though. Inside to Amiri. He and Havertz linking up very well. There's just so many bodies forward here for Germany. They have options in bundles. Interesting to see what type of formation they're playing. Kai Havertz is dispossessed by Bednarek, and it's cleared up to the waiting Piatek, and now Milik has a chance maybe to hold things up. Lewandowski is free on that far side, but it's about trying to fashion the chance to get it to him. Rudiger is actually not able to get the ball away, and it's a cross goal, and it evades absolutely everyone. It might have taken a deflection here actually off a defender, so this one will be a corner, but this was a very dangerous ball and a very dangerous delivery indeed.
If you look at the position of Johnny Tai, he had to get to that ball, otherwise Lewandowski would have tucked it away.
Strong header away. Here is Jacek to Zielinski, holding the ball up so well. Final attack of the half this will be. Amiri clears. Referee's still going to let this play go on, but that one surely will signal the end of the half. 3-0. Really strong half from El Matador. He's looked very comfortable in this matchup, and you might say this is one of the dangerous matchups in the group elsewhere for Germany. We saw them qualify very easily last year, but they certainly want to try and make it as easy for themselves as possible this year as well, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a nation like Germany, you're going to want to get points on the board very early, get yourself as qualified as quickly as possible, and results like this, and with the makeup of their team, we mentioned Johnny Tarr, we mentioned Klosterman, they've got Antonio Rudiger at the back as well. They've got a very, very physical backline, and a little bit of quickness from Kerrer as well. So You know, they have the tools. They certainly have the tools to get out of this kind of qualification group. I think it's more going to be a case, you know, if results stay their way and if results go their way, you know, it's going to be more a case of how they perform in knockout football. But at the moment, they're looking very, very strong here.
Yeah, you almost feel like they're ruining their performances from last year after being knocked out in the first kick of the game. I think 2 minutes in golden goal against Romania, if I remember correctly. It was a tough pill to swallow. They weren't able to qualify for the knockout stages of the finals. As you said, the talent not only behind the sticks but also on the virtual pitch as well certainly deserved a better performance. Here is Havertz. Gundogan will retrieve. Plenty of players to aim for here for El Matador, but that one is very optimistic indeed. Too close to Szczesny. And approaching the final third of the game. I mean, you have to change something soon if you're Jancio. 3-0 down. You can't allow your teammate in the second leg to come in with this kind of deficit. You need goals. Here is Milik to try and maybe make amends. Piatek actually bounces through very favourably for him, and as we're speaking, he gets one back. 3-1.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it from Poland. Piatek, again, it was a dummy, but again, got a little bit of luck. But again, at this level, you do sometimes need a little bit of luck. But it was good build-up play in the first instance. Piatek takes that dummy touch. Again, shrugs off the defender. It's not the first time we've seen it from Piatek today. And again, gets himself a goal. And more of the same, please, Poland. More of the same, please. Because it... You know, again, we haven't really seen a lot of that attacking front line of Poland, but I think that's more of a testament to how good the kind of defence and the kind of midfield has been for Germany. They've just nullified that ball getting into feet, but if you give them half a chance, Poland, they will sting you.
Well, we've seen that here. And that makes the final third of this game a very interesting watch indeed. Kai Havertz into Gundogan. You just sense maybe Jancio is building a bit of confidence here, maybe a bit of head of steam as well. Piatek's in behind once again. Will he get there before the keeper? He actually tries to play it through to Milik, and, well, the referee, what's he given here? This is right on the line. I think this one will be a free kick as opposed to a penalty. Oh, look how close that one's spotted.
Oh, that's prime real estate for a good hit here if you can get it up and down.
Milik to strike with the left boot, straight into the wall. We'll get a second chance and, well, same result the second time around. Up to the feet of Werner. You can see how patient El Matador likes to build his attacks, just waiting for that man to pull off, whether it's Havertz or Gundogan. Always looking to try and find that sort of quarterbacking position. He's really nullifying the threat here of Poland. You can see how high the press is trying to come out of Jancio, but once he plays around the press, El Matador, this is where the gaps are going to start to open up. Timo Werner dispossessed, and now there's bodies forward here actually for Poland. We'll see if Jancio can find any of them. Goralski.
Yep.
That's a really good ball. Milik has a chance maybe to turn back to Piatek, but Mukhtar comes through and does the business at the back.
Good defensive work there from Germany. They saw that the kind of the pressures that were coming in. They've kind of seen that little go-to move that Jancio does have when it gets into Piatek. He likes to hit a first-time kind of dummy just to give himself a little bit of freedom to move. But I think it's been kind of well scouted here. But there's still time yet. There's still time on the clock to give his teammate a little bit more of a favourable position. But again, got to be mindful of not conceding anymore.
Absolutely into the feet of Werner. We'll find Gundogan. Tackled well by Jędrzejczyk, and, well, Klosterman steps up. You're right. I mean, another goal here in the final 10 for Poland, and you make it very appetising for the man coming into the second leg. But has to defend and, as you say, not concede anymore. Chan in the box here. Lovely touch behind. Werner with a dummy. He's just been shepherded off the ball there. Very physical, but the referee saw no problem with it. And look at this. Werner's in behind, and oh, Szczesny gets a paw to it. Vitally did so. Really awkward one there for the German striker. Not sure he could quite spin his body around to get a strike away before the keeper touched it, but it's all about just seeing this game out now if you're El Matador. Yes, if you're Jancio, you want to get that extra goal. El Matador is obviously thinking the exact opposite. Let's get this 2-goal cushion into the second leg and know that you've done your part in this two-legged affair. 90th minute now. Which way will the final attack of the game fall? Looks like it will go Poland's way. All hands to the pump now, surely. That's a nice dummy on that far side. Tries to go back inside, but oh, it's great defending in the end. Goretzka, Klosterman, ready to just ping this one up the pitch. Won't even get an opportunity to. And 3-1 in the first leg between Germany and Poland. What a tremendous game indeed. We'll take a quick look at the first leg stats before we go to a very quick break and we get the second leg set up. And, well, it was fairly even in terms of shots and chances, but the possession one-sided in Germany's favour. Guys, do not go anywhere. We will be back with the second leg very shortly. Ladies and gents, welcome back to eEURO 2021. My name's Harry Channon. I'm joined by Stuart Wesley. We have another second leg to come, Germany versus Poland. The first leg was 3-1 to Germany, so Poland here all to do. We have new players, Wes Pyamoon and the only one, Zico, going head-to-head here in the second leg. And, well, if it's anything like the first, we're in for plenty of goals, aren't we?
Yeah, definitely, and we've seen from the only one Zico earlier, has the ability to score goals at will. Pyamoon, is able to score goals at will, so it's very much pointing in the direction of this being a 0-0. No, I jest, of course. I think this is going to be full of goals. Yeah,
that's definitely going to try and curse us there, but it's the only one Zico trying to build. Both men have had opportunities in the opening 5, and yes, as you said, we saw Poland earlier on, and Zico, Mikolaj Ostrubuch, whatever you want to call him, the Manchester United representative, playing for Poland here in eEURO 2021, is a strong opponent. He really is. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring to the table, as well as Pyamoon, as you said, a very strong individual 1-versus-1 player. Haven't had the chance, I don't believe, to properly inspect his gameplay in the past, so I'm looking for him to really impress me here, and I think he's going to have to be at his very best here. So weather the storm that is the only one, Zico. Looks like Germany setting up in a very similar way. Amiri looking for Timo Werner. As we said previously in the show, it's interesting to see how the different squad members of each national team sets up their team differently. It seems like Germany all on the same page. They have a pretty set in formation. Waldschmidt, Amiri both featuring from the start. Trying to see actually if I can see. I think the difference is Toni Kroos starting. Either way, Poland come in, Piatek giving chase on that far side. Poor ball inside.
I think looking at the fundamental differences, I think it is looking like it's Toni Kroos that's maybe in for. I think it might be Ilkay Gundogan. So yeah, there's small changes, but ultimately it's the relatively same shape and same lineup.
Chance maybe for Poland as Lewandowski might actually get to that. That's a last-ditch challenge there from Zico. Out to Piatek. Good turn inside, actually used his body well. Lewandowski was the intended recipient. But played out very, very calmly in the end by Payet. Just look at the white shirts forward every single time you break that middle bank. If you're Payet, there's plenty to aim for. Kai Havertz in behind Waldschmidt. That's a really good ball, and that is a very nice goal indeed. The patience shown for Payet to find his man, Waldschmidt. Makes it 4-1 on aggregate now for the Germans against Poland. That's a really nice goal, Wes.
Yeah, it's the Benfica man who pops up with the goal. Very good play there. It's patient, and I suppose with some of the gameplay that we've seen today, there's not been enough of that patience, but very good clinical goal, and again it makes that kind of mountain for Zico to climb even more than what it already was. And again, neat one touch and finish, really good to see, and again Germany will be very happy with that going into the back of the net.
Patience was the name of the game there. Just waiting for the man to make the run inside. He found him and finished with aplomb. So now Zico trying to find the ultimate response immediately. Forces the save. Any other day this one could be sneaking in the post, but it's a really nice hit, and even better to save to match it and keep it out and force the corner. outswinger driven towards that front post, but dealt with by the keeper. Glick on the edge, knocks it down. Zielinski waiting. Toni Kroos actually makes a strong challenge indeed, and makes Zico look a little bit foolish, and well, it could be disastrous if Werner had gotten in behind there, but some very strong intervention prevents that from happening, and both attacks have just kind of broken down currently as Waldschmidt comes back from an offside position. That's I mean, it hasn't been a dominant performance from either side really. You'd say that Paya's very good for his goal, but with 10 minutes to go to the half, we haven't seen enough out of Poland yet to really nail them down as potential challengers in this group. As once again, one of the attacks for Zico goes wanting.
Yeah, you can see that Poland are just trying to feel their way into the game, but it's not really a luxury they have. They were, what, 3-1 down in the first leg? So,
that's right.
The first game one, so you're not in a position where you can feel your way into the game. You have to start imposing your will. And at the moment, Germany just seem, again, what we've said before, if teams that already have an advantage, they don't have to rush the ball. They don't have to do anything of danger or a threat. They realistically don't need to do anything. And, you know, Pima being already one up doesn't really need to do much else.
Well, he's still going to push the pace towards the end of this first half. Timo Werner with an injection of pace to beat Jacek and force that corner on the far side. Of course, as you alluded to, 3-1 in that first leg. Germany coming in with such a strong aggregate lead already, made even stronger. Corner swept in. Of course, had a chance maybe to strike that one on the volley. Miri shrugged off by Glick, and maybe now a chance for one final attack of the half. Such a strong challenge, but another challenge on the other side, very scrappy in the middle, dealt with very well by Paya. And now we enter the second half of the second leg. It's 4-1 to Germany. Lewandowski through actually for the first chance of the half, and he's not been able to take it. And I was just thinking to myself, an early goal in this second half would put the cat well and truly amongst the pigeons, but that one goes wanting. That was very wasteful.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect Lewandowski to do a bit more from there, but on his weak foot, anger was against him, defender was on him. You kind of expected him to do more, but unfortunately just couldn't find the right finish, and Germany seemed to be kind of very happy to have seen that go past and now trying to force their own counter.
Yeah, Werner trying to lay it off to Havertz, and the Polish midfield able to cut that one out. It's all the way back to Manuel Neuer in the German goal, and as long as the ball is in those types of areas, I think Bayer will be very happy for Germany, because again, it may only read 1-0 in the top left, but after a 3-1 win in the first leg between these two, you're sitting very pretty with a 3-goal margin. So it's about killing the clock almost throughout this half. And on the other side, if you're Zico for Poland, you have to push the pace and you have to start taking some of these chances. Zielinski into the feet of Lewandowski. Fed back to him now. His hold-up play is tremendous. We know this from years of watching him play. It's the exact same game or situation in eFootball PES as well. Lovely footwork from Toni Kroos. But again, a bit of maturity shown here. Happy to play it back and frustrate Zico. And it comes back to what we were saying, Wes. Why not play the clock here?
Yeah, I mean, it's not pretty, but realistically, you know, you don't have to play aggressively. You don't have to do anything at this point. You've got goals to the good. It's on your side. You don't need to push. And I think at the moment, looking at the way that Germany are equipping themselves, I suppose you could kind of see it as kind of a mark of respect that he realises how dangerous this Poland side could be, that he's just trying to kill out the game because he knows how important this result could be.
Absolutely. They will play against each other again in a month's time in the second match day in this group, but a big 3 points here in what we anticipate to be a top of the group clash come the next time they meet. I mean, it could decide the group. This is no disrespect to the other nations, of course, in and around these two, but we know how strong they are, so as you said, a bit of a mark of respect here perhaps. So then we are approaching the final 20. We need to see 3 goals from Poland to rescue a point here. Changes have been made. Milik, Piątek, just defended so well. So many bodies back for Germany. Second chance maybe, but no, Croatia's back there filling in as well. And well, when you can bring on the likes of Serge Gnabry as well for that injection of pace on that far side. And Gundogan to maybe facilitate that as well. It's going to be such a tough ask here for Poland. Into the feet of Milik. Chance at the front post maybe, saved with Neuer's feet, but it's actually turned in. And well, it's that man, is it, Milik, who finally gets his goal. 1-1 in the second leg. 4-2 now. Final 15 minutes, Wes. We need to see 2 more from Poland to rescue a point. Is it possible?
It's possible, but in my opinion, it's highly improbable. But if I was pointing to players on the planet that it could be possible for, you wouldn't look too far ahead of Zico. I would say that much about him. But at the moment, I mean, it's very, very dicey at this point in time. Germany have got to be careful. They've got to close this out. They were slightly unfortunate for Neuer to parry that ball back out into trouble, but you know, like we said, you know, players are not going to turn around and kick a ball out of play if a ball is on to be scored. So
you're absolutely right. And well, now we're looking back at when Bayern Munich was retaining possession earlier on, and as we said, killing the clock a little bit, and that could have been one of the most valuable things he could have done, because well, Zico now only has less than 10 in-game minutes to play with. He's going for it though. Here's Rybus, has a chance maybe to find Milik waiting in the centre, but crucial intervention forces the corner instead. Swung in towards Glick at the front post. Second cross comes in. Piątek was waiting to receive. Nice turn inside actually, might find a good cross. But this is the danger here for Poland. They still have a bank of 4 for Gnabry to beat here. And he's played that absolutely perfectly. Does he go for goal here maybe? Try and extend this goal difference. Gnabry to Werner. Oh, great save. Wonderful save. Fully outstretched, fully extended from Szczęsny. And it saved it being 5.
it was played perfectly there by Germany. Ball goes back, leaves Gnabry to go on a run, hits a long ball into space, finds the cutback. It's just beaten by a very, very good save. Danger obviously still not cleared here, but Germany, like we said, they don't have to do a regular corner routine. They can just go and play it short if they really wanted to.
And I think that's what Paya's going to do here, recognising the situation. Why not take no unnecessary risks? Just keep the ball if you're Gnabry, and that's some really nice footwork. Just the 2 minutes added on. We think this one now is in the books. Back to Gundogan and all the way back to Manuel Neuer. It was a very professional performance, and it's one that we thought might be a dangerous one for Paya coming into the second leg. But he's passed the test with flying colours. Back to the drawing board for Poland. They'll have to look towards their final match of the match day in this group to try and salvage some more points. But it is Germany 4 and Poland 2, I believe, in the end. So wonderful game of eFootball pairs between the two nations, Wes. We saw plenty of goals, but Germany good for the money in the end?
Yeah, very much so. Those two very, very good performances. Looks like El Matador has kind of slotted into being the kind of the gunslinger of the two. and Payam just looks like the closer really at this point. So it'd be interesting to keep tabs on them for the rest of this qualifying campaign and see whether that form carries on.
Well, we'll see them again in action in about a month's time. Here are the stats as we look forward towards the rest of the stream. 2 games still to come. Sweden versus Turkey will be our final game of the stream, but first and foremost we have Austria taking on Montenegro. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with that game very shortly. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021 qualifying. It's Austria versus Montenegro time. And alongside myself, Harry Channon, is going to be Stuart Wesley, aka Wezza. 2 nations here, Wes, that have aspirations of the very, very top level. I remember Montenegro last year having a strong showing. Austria falling just before qualifying for the finals. This should be a really fun game. I know we've said that about a lot of nations going up against each other here today, but Fru versus Ray to start things off. It should be a very, very strong contest indeed. And I'll introduce you again in just a second, as there's an early chance in the opening 5 for Austria. Really fun game here as Austria have a corner to start things off, but finally I can bring you in. This one should be a good one, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, two very kind of, I'd say, mid-level teams on the international stage in terms of their actual players at their disposal and the players that are controlling them. Montenegro were very good last year. I remember Arti quite well. Obviously, Arti we'll hopefully see later on. Through again was very good for Austria. And again, looking at the players at their disposal, you've got the likes of Arnautovic as Austria go in here.
Now Onsiwu is through on goal, and it's the first goal of the game. It goes to Austria. Onisiwo, just too easy here for Austria. The running behind, perfectly timed. I mean, the defender stepped up, Wes, and it was a great read by Fru, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a really good controlled finish. And again, it was that passing and moving that really was there. And it's a great ball. I think it was Lazaro that threaded that through. And again, it's a really comfortable finish. And Austria find themselves 1-0 up.
Well, there's your goal scorer. Something tells me he won't be the last of this game. Well, here is the assist maker, Lazaro. David Alaba on that far side as well. Don't forget Marcel Sabitzer for Austria as well. Littered with talent, this Austrian team. Onisiwu trying to find Arnautovic. It's a really strong start here by Fru. Now we can finally see what Raid is made of from Montenegro. Stefan Jovetic is obviously going to be one of the main components of their attack. But for now, Fru very happy to play possession. Stefan Jovetic muscles it through, but the pass from his teammate can't quite find its way through back to him. Now David Alaba for Fru. Inside to Baumgartlinger. Onisiwu was the target there, but it's been very difficult for Raid to get anything of real purchase in terms of the midfield battle so far. Here's the first real chance we've had to see Jovetic turn on the ball. Who can Raid find now? It's Jovetic back through, and it's an acute angle, and he's somehow stuck it home. There's your equaliser. We said he'd be a main component of this attack. And he's cropped up right when Raid and right when Austria needed him. 1-1.
Well, when you're of a nation where you have a star player, you have to kind of live through them. It's Jovetic who gives off the ball in the first instance, makes the run, waits for it, gets it back, then slots it in. It's a wonderful finish from Jovetic. And Montenegro, again, they have that power of recovery. We saw it a lot last year and last summer. We saw a lot of that kind of power of recovery, and they were, they're at the races here, and, it was one shot goal, but all of a sudden now it's level and parity restored, and I think we're in for a really good game here, Harry.
Something tells me you might be right. Very tenacious eFootballing nation on Montenegro. We saw it time and time again in last year's eEUROs. But Fru wasn't without his decent chances in the first 30 of this game. Jovetic though, inside. Good tackle by Voba. Arnautovic manages to just about get it to Sabitzer. Lazaro's here, has a few bodies to aim for in the middle. Oh, he's just stumbled at the wrong moment. Fru not very happy, neither are the Austrian fans. They thought maybe some foul play. Either way, Lazaro gets the ball back here. 2 to aim for in the middle. Oh, the referee's actually brought this one back for a foul on Lazaro. After the cross went in, he managed to get the cross away, Wes, but was fouled in doing so.
It's good. A good opportunity to get the ball into the box.
Yeah, Lima waiting on the edge, and he struck it well, but just dragged it wide. One from the training ground, maybe. Well, you could see there, 68% of the ball Austria have enjoyed so far in the first half. But the goal line is 1 apiece. Great strength shown there, and it'll actually find it's all the way through to Jovetic, and he snuck it home. And despite the possession statistics, it's Montenegro who lead.
And this is what we talk about it all the time. You can have all the ball in all the world. If you're not doing anything with it, then it doesn't mean anything. And again, in terms of the 30-odd possession that that Montenegro have had, they've made the best of it in this first half. I know we've only got, what, 6 minutes and a little bit of change left.
Oh, well, what's happened here, Wes? Looks like we've had a bit of technical difficulties. Tell you what we'll do, we'll go to a very quick break, and when we come back, hopefully we can get you the rest of that match. But as it stood, it was 2-1 to Montenegro. Don't go anywhere. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to eEURO 2021. We just witnessed most of the first leg between Montenegro and Austria. Unfortunately, though, we could not watch the rest of it. However, we do have confirmation the result was Montenegro 4, Austria 2. So we are ready now to get into the second leg of this match. So, unfortunately, we couldn't see all the action first time around. That's the beauty of working from home, folks. We are ready, though, to get into the second leg as they are looking to try and overturn a deficit, Austria here, Wes. It's a shame you couldn't see all the goals because it was a 6-goal thriller in that first leg, but Montenegro showing that they can score goals with ease, pretty much as they did last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute shame. Hopefully we get rewarded with some goals here to kind of make up for those lost goals, but yeah, I mean, you know, it's a really good result for Montenegro to carry into this leg. Obviously, it's a change in personnel. Obviously, we see Arti for the first time. And we've also got Sem back in for a second year with Austria. So, you know, interesting that both players are going for it pretty much from the off. It's been an action-packed first 8 or 9 minutes or so, and you know, it's great to see that both teams are going at it. I think both players or both teams will want to get a positive result out of this. I think Montenegro may err on the side of caution. They realise that they're in the box seat here, whereas Austria are going to have to push. And you know, with the attacking flair they've got in Sabica and Arnautovic, and you know, David Alaba springing forward from that left-hand side, Austria should be good for a few goals as well. So, be interesting to see what happens here.
Yeah, one thing I remember about Arti last year is that he likes going attacking from the off, and you can see that red bar in the bottom right, which is actually just switched to defensive right as I say that. He likes to play very gung-ho and attacking football. It wanted many fans around the world, me included. I enjoyed broadcasting his matches. But Sem on the other side is no slouch himself. He and this man on the ball, Alaba, I remember being very potent on that far side, that left-hand side. So something Arti's going to have to look out for here. Of course, a reminder, this is now the second leg. Unfortunately, we could not broadcast the rest of the first. It's the beauty of working from home, folks. I'm sure we've all had technical difficulties at some point throughout the past, however long we've been in this situation now. But it is Montenegro 4, Austria 2. So we need to see a 2-goal deficit overturned here for Austria in the second leg. First we'll look at Arti, though, coming forward here. Look out for Jovetic, and, well, he's actually found Djordjevic here as well, and there's the first goal of this second leg. It's 5-2 now to Arti. Djordjevic did all he needed to do. He and Jovetic with some expert link-up play. It's 5-2, and you hate to say it's out of the reach of Austria, but it's very, very difficult to see a way back from here.
Yeah, I mean, almost surgical precision there from Arti. And again, you know, it's a difficult finish to pull off. He had 2 defenders kind of crowning, keepers coming out as well, but it's that quick passing that has found its way through there. And Jovetic kind of turning provider this time as opposed to being the goal scorer extraordinaire. And Arti will be delighted that that's found the back of the net.
Absolutely he will. Especially when you consider the aggregate scoreline already heavily tipped in his favour. Sabica, though, looking for an immediate response. Dealt with by Simic. And, well, Arti, again, I can't commend his play enough last year in the eEURO 2020. As I said before, was very fearless in his gameplay. And it's coming forward to score even more here for Montenegro. Unfortunate for him, it deflects off the defender and right back to Sem's goalkeeper. Half an hour in. Montenegro 5, Austria 2.
Not the type of football, if you're Austria, that you want to be playing. You want to be trying to get through these defensive lines, you know, kind of Going lateral with the ball is not really what you need here. You need to be getting forward.
Yeah, it's one thing I remember is this man on the ball being, again, very decisive and darting down that far side. David Alaba now. Back to Schob. Just so compact in front of that back line for Arti, and the hold-up play is very good as well. Jovetic to Djordjevic. Jovetic back to Djordjevic again. It could be two in the second leg, and it is. It's that link-up play again for Arti. Makes it 6-2. Jovetic to Djordjevic. It's potent, Wes. There's no other word for it. It's very potent.
It is, and like we said, it's that precision that we're finding with Montenegro and with Arti. I mean, and it's interesting to see that, you know, from the footage that we at least saw from the first game, that was heavily relying on Jovetic to be the goal scorer. Finally found his feet again with Djordjevic, who, if memory serves me correctly, was Arti's main kind of port of call last year and last summer.
That's right.
So it almost is it's deja vu again that we keep coming back to, but Montenegro find themselves with a very healthy lead now.
6-2 it is on aggregate. 2-0 here in this second leg. Arti looking every bit as strong as he was last year. Of course, stranger things have happened. We will need to see at least 4 goals from Sem and from Austria. And with only 5 minutes left in this first half, and the second half still to come. I mean, time is already running out at this point for Sem. He has a chance maybe with Arnautovic. Can't quite out-jump the Montenegrin defender. Will be a corner though, I believe. In fact, no, it won't. The header was actually one in the box. I think you'll be disappointed there if you're Sem. I mean, oftentimes you'll see Arnautovic get those types of chances at least on target.
Yeah, you've got to look at that as a chance missed from Austria, and not necessarily a chance. You know, it's not a half chance. There was a full head on that from Arnautovic. Just couldn't find the right direction with it, and like you said, time is of the essence, and it's not a luxury that Austria have here. They're gonna have to start pushing forward and start committing numbers. But again, that comes with its own perils, as you can see. Stefan Savic, I think that was, he brought down an Austrian midfielder. It's of the essence, and it's not a commodity you can mess with. And as we said earlier in the broadcast, it's not a you're not going to get these back. You'll certainly get a return leg out of it, but it's just not the same with it when it comes to this. It's half time gone now.
Second half kicks off, and you're absolutely right in saying it. It's a double-edged sword. The more bodies you commit forward, the more open your back line becomes susceptible to the likes of Jovetic to steal the ball in these types of positions. And Djordjevic now is through. It's a good save, but there is... Oh no! He's hit the post. Just when you thought Arti might make it 3 on the day. Didn't quite see who it was he was controlling. I think it was Bekaraj. But he's hit the post. The goal was gaping and looming, and that might be a let-off. Remember that one if Sem manages to claw back here. Here is Arnautovic. There's the type of space we expect Alaba to run into. Decent delivery as well. Schaub arriving. This is better though from Sem, probing the defence from multiple angles, but he will give it another chance here. Arnautovic goes for goal, and the referee has seen he is just offside.
Yeah, you think, although that ball has gone into the back of the net, you would like to think that the goalkeeper would have had a hand to it and made the save, but as we talk about that chance down the other end, that could have really closed the game out for Arti. You know, you've got to worry now whether there's going to be some type of comeback on here for Austria. Although you wouldn't necessarily say that Montenegro would not necessarily be, open to getting a third here, but got to be careful of Alaba trying to get down this left-hand side, this line here.
And Siwu was trying to receive the ball there as well, but all the time, again, you have to ball bodies forward for Austria. The more chance there is for Arti to lead his front line through the back door. Here is Liner. Arnautovic somehow stays on his feet, and well, what's the referee thought about here? I think it's a foul on the Montenegrin man. Well, just for a moment, it might have been a bit of a gift there for Austria. It was a 50-50, but the referee's obviously only seen it one way. So the final third of this second leg then. The score on the day, 2-0 Montenegro. However, on aggregate, it is 6-2. Austria need to find 4 goals from somewhere. Is this man the answer? Onisiwo, Arnautovic, Gregoric tries to feed Onisiwo again, but so compact at the back there for Arti. It really is. I mean, we praise his attacking gameplay, but his defence is so well organised at the back, whereas it makes it very difficult for the likes of Sem to get through with the likes of Alaba. I mean, yeah, you have a lot of space out wide, but it's so compact in the middle that there is no guarantee you'll get anything at the other end of it. Schaub is fouled. So now a chance for a free kick.
Well, we talked about having a star player in attack, but having Savic at the back for Montenegro, it's a bit of a rock to have there, especially in stat balancing mode, as Alba looks to line up a free kick.
Alaba goes for a goal, and he's actually scored it. Well, there's one back. 1 down, 3 to go for Austria. What a free kick it was as well. Beautiful. That's the type of range where you'd love to have a player like Alaba in your team. Petkovic rooted to the spot. He was actually shifted across, wasn't he, Wes, to try and stop it, but it still couldn't stop the shot from Alaba. Wonderful free kick.
Yeah, as the old adage goes, you could put 2 keepers in goal there, it still wouldn't have stopped it. The manual goalkeeping didn't stop it either, and it's a very true hit to have such a dead ball specialist in David Alaba. Austria are very lucky to have, and they're on the break again here.
Neymar, the goal scorer Alaba, what can he conjure up? Schaub. Well, it's a very hopeful cross indeed. I wonder if the keeper hadn't intervened there. Maybe that was curling into the goal actually, but Petkovic is there. Again, it is Montenegro 2, Austria 1, but after the first leg it was 4-2 to Montenegro, so again, you still need to see 3 more goals from Austria here. Alaba into Gregoric. Liner, lovely overlap. Onisiwo's there, great save, second by the cherry, and it's in. Well, well, well. Onisiwo now makes it 6-4. 2 more to go for Austria. How's about this, Wes? I mean, somewhat fortuitous, it bounces right back to him, but still, I mean, they all count the same.
Yeah, you still have to be there to tuck it away. It's that first ball. It's that first ball there. It's not necessarily the cut back. It's not necessarily to say. It's that through ball. It's that thread, and he just got to the byline in time. And Austria will look to try and push this probably a little bit more now. They're probably sensing blood in the water. 14 minutes left, plus a little bit of change. And you can see there the changes. Bergstahl has been brought on. Lazaro looks to have been employed as well. So you can see there with that and Gregoric both on the pitch at the same time. You probably see where their game plan's going, but gotta be careful this Montenegro side.
Absolutely you do. Djordjevic trying to go through, but Onisiwo's actually last involvement of the game was that goal, so he's been taken off now. Gregoric tries to peel off in behind. Poor honest Ewo. I mean, sure you have to get fresher legs up top, but after you've just scored a goal, you'd like to think your manager would give you a little bit more time, but that's not how things work here in the eEUROs. Djordjevic gives chase, and will actually get there. The keeper's come a long way, but misplays in the corner, maybe trying to stall some time. Jankovic, Bekarac's trying to get in behind. This has been a really good game between these two nations. I mean, 6-4 on aggregate so far. Bergstaller dispossessed, and now Artie has three members pouring forwards. Djordjevic just doesn't have the stamina, does he, to make that kind of push happen. Here's a man full of beans, Lazaro. He was brought on just 10 minutes ago. Fouled by Artie, a professional one. Will take the yellow card, probably with pride here, knowing that he's prevented any forward progress. Lofted to Gregoric, knocked down Bergstaller, liner. Arnautovic was waiting, but probably no time left. He's going to milk all the time he can here. Artie entering the 90th minute. Stoppage time now. Is there a time maybe for one more goal here for Montenegro? Bekarac is through, and that is that. 7-4. A resounding win for Montenegro. And it's as we said all game long, Wes, the more bodies you put forward, the less rigid you are at the back, and that opens things up for Artie to score Montenegro's 7th.
Yeah, and that is the problem. It's knowing when to commit and how many bodies to commit. You know, myself personally, I don't go ultra attacking for that very reason. Is that the players empty out from the back, you're left with gaps, and your players become far too aggressive, and then it gets to a point now that you're now staring at a loss as opposed to a draw, where you could at least have taken some comfort from the game. If you're Austria, you'd be very disappointed. If you're Montenegro, you're absolutely delighted with the performance across both games, or from what we saw of the first game, should I say?
Absolutely. Final minute of 4 added on. Arnautovic is waiting. Savic dispossessed actually, but that will be the final kick of the game. Montenegro win 7-4 on aggregates. That was, a great performance from Montenegro. Great to see from Artie as well as the rest of the Montenegro setup. Do not go anywhere. We have our final game of the evening. It will be Sweden taking on Turkey, starting very, very soon. Do not go anywhere. Well, welcome back to eEURO 2021 qualification. It's time for our final game of the stream. It's been a long old day. Joining me throughout all of the matches is Stuart Wesley. My name is Harry Channon. Welcome along. Wes, Sweden versus Turkey. It's a battle of two nations that could very well be at the finals. They find themselves in the same group, but both of these nations could find themselves at the finals come summertime, couldn't they?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, they have quality in abundance. Both teams, like we've already spoken a lot about Turkey's abilities, and a lot is to be said for Sweden's representatives as well. Kong the King, who we're seeing on screen at the moment, very well regarded online player, not just in terms of nationally, but like in terms of across the game broadly. I know very well. Kong is a very, very capable player, and Sweden's players as themselves. You've got Kulusevski, who we're going to see on the board, who represents Juventus at club level. You've got John Guidetti, you've got Marcus Berg, you've got players of real quality there as well. Ekdal as well, who in stat balancing are very good players, and I'm expecting this one to contain a good set of fireworks here, because I'm really, really anticipating some big performances.
Yeah, me too. And these two nations will have felt a bit hard done by when they saw the draw last month and got matched up in that group with Croatia, who we already know and have seen are a very strong eFootballing nation. And you feel like this match could be a potential thorn in the side. Kulusevski is through, though, for the opening goal, perhaps. But the chance goes wanting. Threatening signs, though, from Kong the King, and Sweden starting very strong indeed, Wes.
Yeah, it was a big save, but it's a great little move, and it's only the underside of the goalkeeper that's kept that out. Kulusevski and Kong the King will feel very aggrieved not to be going 1-0 up there, but very positive signs for Sweden. And to be fair, from my recollection from last summer, or from last year, they were very, very close to getting through the group stages as well. So, yeah, there's a lot on the line here for both these teams.
Yeah, it's a tough old group, this group. Here is Olsen, and Guidetti found himself in so much space. Marcus Berg not able to squeeze a shot home. I remember Isaac being one of the key stat-balanced players for Sweden last year. Godless Turtles cannot seem to get out of his own half at the moment. As Turkey try to come forward with Hakan Çalhanoğlu. Up to Yilmaz, who just feints into space. That's a smart move. Lovely 1-2 as well from Turac. There's a ball across the 6-yard box. I wonder whether or not maybe pulling it back to Hakan would have been the better option there, but that's a good threatening attack there from Godless Turtles. He hasn't seen much of the ball so far, but when he has, he's been able to bring it forwards.
I'd expect him to see a little bit more of the ball going into the second half, but certainly Kong is imposing his will. And you can see there taking the ball off him with Danielsson. See there, the pressure is there from Sweden. It's just whether they can make it pay.
Unal is through. Yes, that's the finish he needed. 23rd minute. And despite all the pressure early on from Kong the King and Sweden, it's Turkey who break the deadlock. Nice little finish. There was a slight hinge of manual goalkeeping, though. Not enough from Kong the King, and it's 1-0 to Turkey.
Yeah, you can certainly say that's very much against the run of play, given how this game has been. But like we said, it's all about chances. Yilmaz finds it into Çalhanoğlu, and it's a very deft little finish from Unal. And as much as you can get your keeper down to those types of positions, with that type of placement, it isn't always about lashing it into goal. It can sometimes be just finding the side netting it into the back of it. As Turkey go 1-0 up.
Tough skill to execute as well from Çalhanoğlu. That first time through ball. I mean, with other players, you're probably seeing that one go a bit wayward. This one's a naughty one, though. Definitely intended to stop the attack. Not too sure there's too much contact there. I think Godless Turtles will be quite upset that his player's gone in the book, but either way, Kong the King won't mind too much. There may be a response after the goal in the opening 25. Godless Turtles now coming forward into the feet of Yilmaz. Of course, thank you for watching eEURO 2021 with us this evening. It's been a tremendous day's action. If you haven't had a chance to, make sure you go back and watch the stream, because we saw plenty of goals indeed. Here is Isaac, maybe one more here. Back to him, looking for Guidetti. But we've had some great games here today. It's been a long old stream indeed. Spain versus Finland feels like years ago now that we kicked off the qualification campaign with. Of course, we're only highlighting groups A through E here today. In 2 weeks' time, we'll be back again with more eEURO 2021 action. We'll be highlighting groups F through J. And oh, there's actually been a red card here, Wes, for that challenge. And Turkey have to play, 2/3 of the match down to 10 men.
It's a danger when you go to ground on eFootball, Pez, is sometimes the refs will give you a talking to, sometimes they'll book you, and sometimes, in this instance, they'll give you a straight red card. And all of a sudden now that will give all the impetus to Kong the King to start to push forward now that he knows that he's got the numerical advantage.
Berg, back to Guidetti, well found. Beats his man as well. Soyuncu has to come across. Kulusevski! Oh, that's lovely. That is lovely from Kulusevski. What a finish that is. Succinct, no frills, no spills. Really neat and tidy. And it's Sweden 1, Turkey 1.
Well, we talk so much about double touch that sometimes we don't realise just stepping on the ball and a little sidestep will give you that space. You'll see it again here. Guidetti just steps on, moves past, uses a speed burst, gets across, and Kulusevski again is controlled. These guys are not trying to lash the ball into the back of the net, and it's like you said, Harry. It's no frills. It's just getting the job done. And Sweden get themselves back in the game, and again with that red card, it's put Turkey right up against it. It's whether Sweden can build on it, or whether Turkey can find a counter attack from the playbook.
It changes the tactics and the outlook of Turkey, doesn't it, once you lose such a key man and you're down on a numerical advantage. But I tell you what, when you score one of those finishes, whether it's in Master League or whatever game mode you're playing in PES, it's one of the most rewarding finishes, because you just see it roll into the back of the net. And well, Sweden are looking rampant here. Half-time cannot come soon enough here for Turkey and Godless Turtles. How much will he regret that red card come full-time if this momentum stays the same? Here is Yilmaz though. Unal. Çalhanoğlu, who's been deployed as a wide man now. The cross was dangerous, but Swedish defence met it well. Isaac. Lovely touch from Guidetti to take it past Soyuncu. Now Marcus Berg stays onside. Can he build it back to anyone? Oh, he doesn't need to. It's off the post. Right on the stroke of half-time. Another really good burst of pace from Guidetti. And he thought he might just try and pull it back, but the keeper covers his near post really well. Thought it came off the post actually, but it was a save, so we'll see a corner. Two minutes to be added on. What a sucker punch this would be, and oh, what a finish that is! That surely is the goal of the day. He had to improvise, Berg. He really did. But it's a sucker punch to Turkey, and that is special.
Yeah, we very much saved the best to last. It's Marcus Berg that makes the run, and it's the acrobaticness of it all. And Sweden, again, I would say, given the complexion of the game, it's right on half-time, and Godless Turtles is going to have to find something special here to get something out of this game, to give his partner something to build on in game two. But at the moment, Kong the King proving every bit his equal and then some.
2-1 at the half. Like you said, we saved the best till last. This is our 7th match of the stream. that by far and away the goal of the bunch, and it's the goal that puts Sweden in the driving seat. Turkey down to 10 men. Now if you're Godless Turtles, you really have to show the rest of the competition, especially in this group, what you're made of, because other nations in this group are going to be watching this with bated breath, and we expect Croatia to be firm favourites, but we obviously have that second place spot, don't we, that move into the playoff groups if you're not able to qualify outright to the finals. So this could be a very, very interesting result, depending on which way it goes for both nations, when you think about implications for qualifying for the tournament finals in the summer. Here is Kulusevski. Ekdal. Berg back to Olsen. This is really neat football from Kong the King, just missing that final pass. But he's warming up nicely. Throw in took a long time, but was wasted in the end. Sweden win the ball back. Victor Lindelof. You don't want to get too complacent here if you're Sweden. Yes, you're up numerically, but you have Marcus Berg in behind once again. Oh, he's just tried to dink it over the keeper, didn't he? Maybe trying to play that across the box would have been the better option. What do you think, Wes?
I mean, it's moments like that that can really decide games. If you pick the right option, from our angle that we saw, I think that the lob was probably the better option.
Well, Yilmaz is in maybe for a chance. Sorry to cut you off, but oh, the keeper's made a bit of a hash of it. Luckily for Sweden, Lindelof is there to recover. Has this just taken a touch off him? Nope. It's a goal kick, but yeah, you were saying the lob, maybe the right option?
Yeah, I think so. I think looking at where we saw it, I mean, unless the camera crews have got another angle of it, I think that it was the better option to do. You know, sometimes you can play it across goal and you might get a lucky ricochet, but you know, you don't really want to take that chance, especially if there's a shooting opportunity on. And you can see kind of Kong is in very much command of this at the moment. He's got to guard against complacency.
That is the aim of the game. 66 minutes elapsed in the first leg of our final game of the stream today. Godless Turtles is searching for an equaliser. Now trying to get in behind. Of course, we saw a red card about midway through the first half for Turkey, so they've been playing with 10 men ever since then, and you can see the disparity between the two, how much freedom Kong the King, representing Sweden here, is able to play with. He has the lead, he has the men advantage on the virtual pitch. Here is Berg. He can just pull apart the Turkish defence now. Kulusevski. Good step up, a good read from Godless Turtles there actually with Soyuncu. Now maybe a counter on. Needs to be careful here, Kong the King. Yilmaz could have touched it inside, but he's dealt with it well. Final 15. Potentially vital 15 in-game minutes for both of these nations. Kalderim. Ulnal. Yilmaz. Just no options apart from Yazitsi, who's in, and he scores! The 10 men of Turkey have equalised with 10 minutes to go. Well, what drama we have, and this final 10 in-game minutes, Wes, just got so intriguing.
Well, it was literally as you were saying. It was the curse of the commentator. As Yilmaz had that ball, you went. I think it was a phrase of "there's nobody to pass to," but you could see, Yazitsi just finds his way into the box, and Kong, to his credit, has tried to read where that shot was going, but Godless Turtles again has probably read the bait even more so and has found the opposite corner, and Turkey find themselves with an unlikely equaliser, and You got to say, they will probably try and tuck their chin now, to use a boxing analogy. They will try and tuck their chin and just try and see this out and try and fight to another day, I suppose. But you've got to feel for Kong. Played his way into this game, got himself into the lead, has been in control, and just let it slip.
Berg plays it really neatly back. There's a collision there on the ball. The referee's saying it's fair game. One back here by Kong the King, just waiting for Berg to pull off. He never did. And if Godless Turtles can hang on for these final 5 in-game minutes, what a result this would be. This would feel as good as a win. Playing the majority of the match with 10 men. Berg, Isaac, again defending very well, but not fairly as adjudged by the referee. This late one on Isaac will be penalised, and this is the perfect range, Wes.
Yeah, this is where you want to really try and outfox your opponent. You can see Kong trying to push his line forward, just to try and stop any potential over-the-top counter-attacks.
Oh, he's actually
smash it off the wall.
Yeah, taking it with the second man, probably again, like you said, trying to outfox Godless Turtles, but in the end it comes to nothing, and there's a professional foul. Will it be enough to stop the play? Yep, the referee will bring it back. And that one just had to be made just to prevent the counter. Smart from Kong the King. Cynical but smart.
It's not the prettiest, but you have to do what you have to do in situations like this, and we can see that with Godless Turtles playing it back to the goalkeeper. I don't think he'll want any small part in trying to go forward here. I think he'll just want to run down the clock and get rid of it.
Absolutely. Into the third of 2 added on, and the referee has seen enough. Our first leg between these two nations ends 2 apiece. You do not want to miss the second leg, all to play for between Sweden and Turkey. Well, here we go. Second leg of our final game of this evening's eEURO 2021 action. Thank you so much for joining us wherever you are in the world. And for the first time in this stream, it's a dead heat after the first leg. So whoever wins this match between Sweden and Turkey in the second will take home all the points in this group, at least until next month when they meet again. My name's Harry Channon. Thank you so much for joining us. Alongside me, Stuart Wesley, a.k.a. Wezza. I mean, this is set up perfectly, isn't it, Wes? These two nations so closely matched in the first. And here we are in the second leg with everything to play for.
Yeah, we had such a ride in that first game. You know, the fact that it was a very early red card and players having to survive early chances. And there's still a lot more to be written in this game.
Absolutely. Turac here. As we see Yazitsky, actually the hero from the first leg, popping up here early on for Turkey. An early lead from the nation, who were down to 10 in the first leg, are now in control of this tie. 3-2 on aggregate. And we didn't even have a chance to introduce our new players. One of them is Mucahit, and he scored here early on for Turkey. A decent goal indeed.
Yeah, most definitely. The way that ball made its way into the box was calculated. It was patient. Again, we keep talking about patience being a critical thing. That you can see there's a block that just gets missed. Swedish defender just turns his back on it, and Yatsiki, who is in red hot form for his club, in front, has popped up again with a big goal, and it's very early on here, and it could really set the tempo here for Turkey.
It could indeed. Being controlled by Galatasaray's eFootball Pro captain, Mucahit 21. Up against him is Mr. Inzaghi, who would have obviously been watching that first leg and maybe ruining some of the chances that Kong the King had. Now he has it all to do. Here is Larsson, and he was another key component of this Swedish team last season. Kulusevski goes for goal, actually. Pushed behind for a corner by the keeper. Needed a bit of intervention this one. It was a solid hit indeed. No players from the Turkish defence coming to meet him, so had all the time in the world. Larsson to swing it in. Isaac is the intended target. Might come back here for Sweden, as Berg actually thought about taking this one short, but Kulusevski is the man who's fouled. Now we have a free kick and a very, very dangerous opportunity for Sweden. Kulusevski, and I think that's Larsson standing over it. Struck actually by the second man. Well met though by Mucahit with some, again, good goalkeeping indeed.
Yeah, and the reason why you kind of seen that kind of tactic employed at free kicks is it's actually quite a decent way to beat the manual keeping at free kicks. If you have your second kicker take it, it's a lot less of a run-up. So you'll see that a lot through probably this entire qualification process, that a second kicker gets employed just to kind of rattle the cages of their opponent.
Well, here's Ulnau. Yilmaz back to him now. Cuts inside, actually. That is absolutely fantastic from Mucahit to make it 2-0 on the day. This just screams to me, Wes, one word: composure.
Some people ask or wonder why certain players are signed to clubs, and that's the type of quality as to why. Knowing where your players are, understanding your team and how to get the best out of them. And again, neat little pass around the other edge. He realises that Unal hasn't quite got the ability to get it round that defender. Cuts back inside, turns it round. Controlled shot into the corner, and 2-0 to Turkey. Again, that hill for Sweden now is starting to get steeper. They're at a level course or a level playing field to start with, but they've come 2 down in 20 minutes, and Mr. Inzaghi's got a bit of a hill to climb now.
Yeah, of course, only 20 minutes gone. And it's 4-2 on aggregate to Turkey. Isaac tries to feed Berg to maybe lessen that deficit, but of course, the first leg, 2-2. So all you really need to pay attention to is the outright outcome of this match to see where the points are going to go. There's Berg for an equaliser, potentially not quite an equaliser because there's 2, but at least you've halved the deficit now. Perfect response, and the important thing, Wes, about the timing of this goal is you leave yourself a lot of time left on the clock throughout the rest of this second leg to try and get that second goal back for the eventual equaliser.
Yeah, it was really good build-up from Sweden there, and it's what I would call a building block goal. It's not the goal that gets you back into the game, but it's a goal to go and build on. And you know, like we said, there's plenty of time now to go and get a second, but it's that old adage that we keep coming back to: don't commit too many forward because players will hit you on the counter. So Sweden have got to be very careful with these Turkish attackers. We know that they can score goals at will. when they have an A game.
You're absolutely right. It's been such a long day, Wes. I thought it was an equaliser. That's how long we've been commentating eEURO action today. Thank you if you've stuck with us throughout the evening's action. We'll be back again in 2 weeks' time to highlight and shine the spotlight on groups F through J. Some strong nations over there, the likes of France, who we are very much looking forward to watching. There's a chance, though, potentially for Turkey to extend their lead. Obviously, Sweden on the other side will be searching for that equaliser. Now, Tufan. Trying to think. I don't think Mujahid here actually is playing Çalhanoğlu, and he was a player in previous matches we've seen feature quite heavily. Now in behind though. Lindelof read it very well for Mr. Inzaghi. Larsson into the feet of Kulusevski. That one asking way too much of Isaac.
Yeah, so looking at the way that team is lined up, it looks as though he's opted to go with Tufan.
Yaziki here has a chance. Maybe Yilmaz, lovely fake shot inside just to create the space, but keeper maybe could have caught that. Punches it away. Pressure still on here. Tufan. Now, can he scoop this one away? He can't quite. Half-time approaching. Which way will the last attack of the half go? Looks like Sweden are breaking. Kulusevski. Berg. Demiral reads it. And that surely will be the last attack of the half. So there we go. 2-1 to Turkey. Sweden trailing on aggregate and on the day. This is a big half of football, and actually Ulnau has almost snuck a goal. Sweden living very dangerously at the back here.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. That goal from kick-off, your defence is very susceptible to it. You've got to be switched on and be well guarded to any type of attack that comes through at all, straight from the kick-off. You've got to be very careful indeed.
You sense this is a big half of Pez for Sweden's qualification campaign. It's Turkey, though, who look to put the impetus in. Oh, it's off the woodwork. Turret arriving. Oh, what a goal. No one put a name on it from the Swedish defence, and it allows Mujahid to make it 3-1. A great finish indeed, Wes.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal a cheesy line here from Muka hit to what a hit. I mean, the fact it's the way to keep the ball down. It's not the fact that he's hit it on the volley or it's come back off the post. It's the fact that he's kept it down and he's drilled it into the top of the net. And again, it gives Turkey all of the control in this game now. And Sweden have got a big hill to climb back down to a 2-goal deficit on aggregate. It's going to be tough from here.
Going to use that one, I think. From Mucha hit to what a hit. That's a Weza special. That's why we pay you the big bucks. But unfortunately for Sweden, I don't think they'll be appreciating it as much as me. 3-1 down now. And Mr. Inzaghi's defence has been very, very questionable indeed. Yilmaz could maybe add a fourth. That's a very necessary save indeed. Not manual, that's all AI. Mujahid looking to put this one out to pasture. Now, that's very tame. Final third of the match approaching. Do we think, Wes, maybe this is the battle for second place in this group? We said before, Croatia, having already taken down Turkey, looking very solid. Do we think this is maybe a battle for second place as Lindelof steps in?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to get as many points as you can at this stage. I mean, looking at the way that the makeup of that group is. I mean, you're looking at, well, so you've got Cyprus and you've got San Marino. So, you're looking for them to take a bit of a strong step forward here. And if Turkey can get themselves through this relatively unscathed, take the 3 points, then that'll be a big boost to their aspirations.
Well, Sweden would love to say anything against that. But so far in this second half, especially Mr. Inzaghi, it's a little bit slow out of the blocks. Still time to tweak. And time maybe to change the script a little bit. Isaac was the target. And Yilmaz giving chase, that's very dangerous indeed. Sweden not looking convincing at the back here whatsoever. Yilmaz with the step over, he's through one-on-one almost. Looks like Under is there as well. Good covering in the end from the defence. It's at the expense of a corner. But this ball is up the wrong end of the pitch here for Sweden. Swung in, keeper comes in. Shots blocked, and Sweden living so dangerously. Under. Danielson across. Covers well and actually earns himself a free kick. So approaching the final 15 in-game minutes, we need to see a big resurgence for Sweden. Introduced by Turkey is the man who I said was a strange omittance from the starting 11, Achan Çalhanoğlu. I know he's a fan favourite and certainly a favourite of Mujahid himself, so that's why it was such a surprise to see him not featured at the start. Here he is on the ball now though, Wes.
Yeah, I think that the inclusion or the exclusion of him to this point, I think it's because Mujahid has realised, or at least have, probably through, training and repetition, through playing probably against his teammate with Sweden and realising some of the pitfalls, is that actually Çalhanoğlu is a bit more of a lightweight prospect to have in midfield, and I don't mean that as disrespect to the man. He's got brilliant skill, no doubt, but you do need a physical presence in against Sweden, against the Ekdals of this world. So I think it's probably a smarter decision, and to be fair, bringing him on at this point, that type of passing range that Çalhanoğlu has got, it's probably going to be for that reason. It's a shame we don't get to interview these guys afterwards, because you can really pick the brains of some of them to really understand why they've made different decisions.
Absolutely. Time running down though for Sweden. Realistically, if they want to steal anything from this, we're going to need to see a goal very shortly to give themselves even a fighter's chance. But it's just not come off here for Mr. Inzaghi. Ekdal just can't quite find the penetration he needs. Here is Çalhanoğlu. Anderson into the feet of Berg. The touch is heavy and it allows Mujahid back in, but Kulusevski's there again. That's a really strong shot, very powerful, but just lacked the direction to beat the goalkeeper. Was that the chance that Mr. Inzaghi should have taken to give himself a chance at salvaging anything here? 3 minutes added on, but Mr. Inzaghi and Sweden do not have possession of the ball. It's all one-way traffic now. Yilmaz wants to try and make it 4. And oh, that's a dangerous challenge indeed. Referee's having none of it. But either way, you don't think it'll make a difference. It's going to be Turkey taking home all the points. Yilmaz down to Under, trying to finish in style. And the referee has seen enough. Turkey taking home all 3 points in this pivotal group matchup. I mean, what a game we just saw, Wes.
Yeah, I mean, the quality was on show for all to see. You know, Mukahit kind of showing exactly what he was made of, and again, it was a wonderful performance in the end. Again though, and we do always say this, and again, that it's not a cliche. You know, Sweden will come away with this with lessons about their team. They'll come away and improve on how to play with this team. You know, they have the abilities there. There's no doubt in question about that. It's just about putting that all together on the day. And I think they'll go away from this relatively unhappy, but in a positive way about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just before we wrap things up, Wes, I mean, again, fantastic to be commentating with you once again. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time. But we saw some really strong performances today. Could you think, I know it's been a long stream, but can you think back to any real standout performances? I know for me, Arti from Montenegro had a real strong showing. Anything from you that maybe surprised you?
I think Arti obviously deserves a very honourable mention for his performances with Montenegro, but I think star of the show, actually, I can only think of one, and it's the first game of Germany for El Matador. Came flying out the blocks and really put Germany in a brilliant position. And yeah, really, for me, that's probably the performance I would say. Yep, that was the performance of the day for me.
Well, thank you very much, Wes. Unfortunately for us, it means we have to wait another month to see these nations in action again. Groups A through E now have a bit of a break, but we'll see you again in 2 weeks' time. Thank you so much, my friend, for helping me out again here on the eEURO 2021 broadcast. Thank you all as well at home for watching. We'll see you again in 2 weeks' time, where Groups F through J's nations will go head-to-head. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time.